It is a very good day and a hearty welcome to Royal Rory Golf Club for the FPC Zim Open. And today is the last day, and today shall see a new champion being crowned. The field has been blistering with some amazing score cards are being given, and of course, in the lead is that is Altin van der Merwe. He's on 17 under, closely followed by Austin Bautista, who's on 13 under, tied together with that is Kyle Bakker from South Africa, being the leading three so far in the tournament. Zimbabwe are not too far off as well in the chasing pack, as the highest ranked Zimbabwean is, of course, it's Kieran Vincent, who is on 9 under. And of course, five of Zimbabweans are still here participating, and that includes Visitor Mapwanya. There is also Darlington Shikayambedzi, who's also in the pack, and who will excite the crowd today with his type of play. And we are excited and looking forward to how he will finish. Will he finish in the top 10? We spoke to him yesterday, and he did highlight that he wants to finish in the top 10. That is his target, and we certainly wish the young man all the best today. And also, Robson Chinoi is in with a shout on 4 under as well, and the crowd, I'm sure, will be following him around today. It shall be an exciting day, and we're expecting big crowds to attend the final day here at Royal Harare. There's also Michael Wallace, who's on 4 under as well for the Zimbabweans, and he's also in it with a shout, and he will have to play an outstanding round of golf today to be in the top 10 as well. So we'll be looking forward to have more Zimbabweans in the top 10. The South Africans have dominated most of they dominated most of the rankings here, as they have about 12 South Africans within touch and touching distance. So it is going to be quite exciting for today. We look forward to a lovely day, and I hope you'll be with us. Stay with us for the whole day today, as we give you the very best of golf right here from Royal Harare. And speaking of yesterday, Robson Chinoi did mention that he had mixed, fortunes coupling his game yesterday, and you'll be looking to have an excellent day today of golf. And he never gives up. He's always one person who give you stories around how you have to continue persevering and keep fighting as well. And when we spoke as well too, that is Kieran Vincent. He's looking forward to another amazing round of golf. He has a bit of form in him, and he's really feeling very confident. And if anything about yesterday has to go by, it was his great golf play. And most of the players at the leaderboard will be teeing off around 11 this morning, and we'll be following them as well as they tee off. It has already begun in earnest here with some of the golfers, including Visitor Mapwanya, already teed off right here. And Kieran Vincent will be teeing off around 11, and we'll be teeing off around 11 as well. So it'll be quite interesting. So let's get ready for the action as we take you to our commentators as they give you some of the action that did take place from yesterday, some of the major highlights, as well as the action in today. It will be an exciting game, day of golf. The weather is overcast, a bit cloudy as well. Not overcast aside, but cloudy, and we'll be expecting a bit of sunshine as the day progresses as well. And that's the beautiful day of beautiful weather for golf. Trust you me, the golfers will tell you it's a beautiful day, and the weather will play its part a little bit later on. And of course, we hope the heavens won't open up and give us more rain today. And yesterday it didn't rain, and it makes even today even an immaculate day of golf that we expect today. And I hope you'll be staying with us. And remember, you can always follow us on our socials on YouTube. It is ZBC Entertainment. You can follow the action as well online for everyone who's whichever part of the world you are. You'll be enjoying what we have put together for you today, and I hope you'll be having fun with us. So having said that, let's now move on to the commentary team as they give us the action blow by blow as it happens right here at Royal Harare Golf Club.
Good morning once again from the commentary box. We bring to you some of the highlights of yesterday's action is already alluded to by Valentine Mabugu. Before we get on to today's live action, play commenced at 6:45, so more than half the field is already on the course. As like yesterday, we have the pleasure of being joined in the commentary box by Rodachi Tengwa Muridzo, a true expert in the game, a good player in her own right, also involved in coaching. Roda, your thoughts on yesterday before we move on to the action that is currently underway?
Good morning, Zimbabwe. Good morning, Pascal. A very interesting 18 holes yesterday. We saw some amazing golf from not only our locals, but just, everybody who's playing in this event. We thought that, we know that the course was playing a bit tougher yesterday, especially the back nine. I had a chance to, watch maybe the last three groups coming in. And I had predicted that would finish at minus 16. So minus 17, I wasn't quite off. And that tells you that the course is not playing easy, but there's some amazing golf that is happening on the course. So we have a lot to expect today, but very pleased to see the scores that we had yesterday.
Good scoring there. The round of the tournament belonging to our leader today, Altin van der Merwe, 8 under. Would we expect an even better round today? So far, the round of the tournament has been that 8 under. Do you think perhaps, do you see anyone bettering that, or things are going to be tighter today?
What I've seen is that each day has been progressing. So today we can expect something beyond what happened yesterday. I think all the players are charged. So I'm definitely expecting a good score today coming out from our players.
Let's your thoughts on the 5 Zimbabweans playing in the field from the players' point of view after yesterday.
Looking at our local pros, today is the last day, and I believe after they finished playing, they all went to the range just to make the final touches coming into the 4th day. So I believe today it's a day where decisions are important. It's a day where you cannot make any mistakes, because remember, these guys have been playing since Thursday. So I believe our team are ready. Come out, come and support our local guys. Come and have a feel of the experience, watching great and amazing golfers. Today, I believe our local pros, our 5 pros, will give us something to talk about, a memory they will live with us for the FBC Zim Open 2026.
All right, there we have it from our expert. Yesterday, she almost called everything right, except for the last birdie that the leader made on number 18. I think she has she has quite some intuition, for want of a better term, of how it's going to go. Finally, Rhoda, let me put you on the spot regarding scoring. What do you think the winning score will be today? We already have somebody on 17 under. So what's, given the weather conditions and the level of golf on display, what do you think the winning score will be?
Looking at how our winner, the gentleman the pro that's leading, I would say minus 25 would be the score to take the trophy. Minus 25. And if I can say this, I had a chat with Kieran yesterday, and I actually told him that I'd made a prediction on the last 3 holes, and he promised me that he will do something today. So looking at the score where it's sitting today, I would say minus 25. Minus 25 below. I don't think we'll go beyond that.
All right, thank you very much. So if Kieran Vincent hasn't teed off, he's on 9 under. If we want him to win, Rhoda predicts that he has an additional 16 under to go. But golf again is a difficult game to predict, except of course for the experts. So we'll see how it unfolds. Our leaders will be teeing off at 11:41, so we expect that they are still warming up and getting their acts together we already have, as I mentioned before, more than half the players on the correct course already. But just looking at today's scores, it doesn't look like anybody's tearing the course apart. So some of the highlights coming on your screen from yesterday's play, which by all accounts was really a stellar display of golf. Of the 5 Zimbabweans in the field, Roda, where would you think going from the lowest placed from visitor, who's on level par, where do you expect them to finish in the overall standings after today?
If I look at visitors' game yesterday, I mean him finishing is on level par, which means there's a lot of work that he put in. Sometimes when a player finishes at 72, they've played level. A lot of people think, no, 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 he could have done better. It's not an easy tournament that they're playing in. And looking at the pin placements yesterday, so that tells you something about visitor. He's a professional that has exposure. He's an experienced pro. And looking at his game yesterday, you can tell that all he wanted to do was to maintain a good score, not to go over par. So that level par that he shot yesterday just tells you that there was some consistency. So today I believe he will make it into the red numbers. I have confidence with visitor. And if we look at Darlington, our young golfer, 20 years old, this is his first tournament. I think, the crowd came roaring yesterday. He had quite a big gallery following him yesterday, which I felt maybe he was a bit nervous. But I believe today he's settled. He will produce. He will give us something to talk about. So if I look at our guys, if I look at even Michael, Michael Wallace is playing with Darlington, which should be an advantage for our guys today. The guys know each other, so there's a bit of familiarity. So I want to believe that they will be more relaxed in playing today. So definitely good scores coming, and all our guys should be able to, finish in the red numbers, including Robson Chinoy.
Leading the Zimbabwean charge, as I mentioned earlier, is Kieran Vincent on a 9 under par. You'll be playing in the 4th last pairing at 11 with Warwick Patches. Just immediately behind them will be Thomas Gara, our round 2 leader, who's playing with Samuel Simpson. In the penultimate group, Jaco Prinsloo from South Africa, with playing alongside Austin Bautista, who was the runner-up from last year. He almost won it, lost it in the last 3 holes. And then the last group, we have Kyle Barker from South Africa on 13 under, playing with Altin van der Merwe from South Africa, Umud Golf Club on 17 under. Roger, the lead between the first and 2 second players is 4 shots. How safe is that lead at Royal Harare?
Looking at what they've done with the pins today, it's not very safe. Like I said, I watched the last group coming in with our leader, and what he was trying to do yesterday was to make sure he had a very comfortable lead going into the last day. 4 shots at Royal Harare, anything can happen. So it will be very interesting to watch this last group today. There will be a lot of pressure, especially on the back nine. I found that when I watched his last 3 holes when he was playing, our leader was basically trying to make sure whatever shots he had, he wasn't going to drop anything. It was either a birdie or he can maintain his par. So basically in today's game,
all right, coming live on our screens, we are talking about the last group. We have a field of 63 after the cut, and the first man onto the golf course, Merrick Brenner from South Africa, is now finishing up on 18. So he will have the opportunity perhaps to also, see the leaders when they tee off as well. He didn't have a fantastic day yesterday, but as of today, he's first competitor to go in, playing alone with a marker, courtesy of Nomads. As you see, his final approach to the 18th on our screen. A rather brisk pace of play. Got in at 6:45 and already finishing out. Your thoughts on the course setup, Rhoda? Would it be, amiss for us to expect the players to perhaps put in reasonable 4-hour rounds, or would you expect things to slow down now that there's a lot at stake?
This is the final day, Pascal. So you'll find that most of the guys, what is important today is the decision. Every shot, you have to make the right decision. Yes, we have a limited time in golf. Yes, there's a time you're given that is expected of you between, I think it should be 30 seconds, between the time you pick your club and hit the ball. But being the final day, you're going to find that a lot of the players are not going to be rushing. They are going to take their time because this is the last day. So play will proceed according to time, yes, but a lot of decisions will be made today, which means players will be taking a bit of time in making sure they make the right decision for every shot.
Well, Merrick Bremer, they're coming up towards the 18 green, didn't have the best tournament. A perennial campaigner on the Sunshine Tour, has won quite a few tournaments, always comes to Zim Open and does relatively well, but did not have the day he wanted yesterday and today as well. Started off with number 1, made par on number 1, par number 2, par 3, par 4, par 5. Dropped his first shot on the par 5, 6th. Made a couple of pars on 7 and 8, dropped another shot on 9, went out in 38. Things didn't get much better on the back 9. Parred the first 3 holes on the back 9, dropped another shot on the par 4, 13th, another shot dropped on the 14th, and then on the 17th. So far no birdies for Merrick. I think this is his last opportunity to finish with a flourish. As you can see, the flag, the pin is placed in the traditional back right hand corner. Not the easiest place to putt. There is a ridge between where his ball is and where the wall is, so it starts off as a slow putt coming from his left to his right, first up that ridge for the first 5 or 6 meters and then severe downhill. I would think perhaps he should aim half a meter or so to his left. So our sponsors and their guests get the first opportunity to see a potential birdie on the 18th, and perhaps to get a feel of how the putts will be moving on the 18th. So Merrick Brenner for birdie on the 18th. Gave it a good try.
Wow.
Just one more roll and you would have finished with a flourish. So that's Merrick there finishing off today. Not the best of rounds. Managed to go around all 18 holes without a birdie. So our first finisher for the 2026 Zim Open Golf Tournament is just finished this round, Rhoda.
No, it's also good because it's also given us an insight. I mean, if you look at where the pin placing is today, it tells you a lot. Remember, we were talking about decisions yesterday. You were asking me with regards decisions. So today you're going to find that that approach shot to the flag matters the most, and therefore decisions, right decisions, have to be made, because I know, being the last day, the pin placements are going to be in very interesting places today, and we are excited to see where all 18 flags have been placed today. Very interesting, and this is why I'm looking forward to the last round, because we're going to have some interesting golf. 4 shots leading. I don't know what will happen, but it's not a comfortable lead. Maybe 8 shots, yes. 4, it's going to be interesting today, Pascal.
Well, we've seen some seasoned professionals are getting unstuck. So sometimes if you come up with a big number, everything changes in one hole. Playing behind him, we expect another pair of veterans from South Africa, Jaco van Zyl, playing with Jacques Blair. Jaco a few years back was on the PGA Tour. Usually comes to the Zim Open. I think he's coming from the days that he left the PGA Tour, so we should expect some interesting approaches there with veterans who have played this game at the top level. Our first look at hole number 9. Rhoda, you can see that pin now is right at the front to the left. Yesterday, the pin was exactly where the gentleman is walking towards. And your comments today, which one do you think is the more interesting placements? Yesterday and today's, the front pin there.
Today's will be very interesting, Pascal. I mean, we just saw number 18. The flag is right at the back. Look at the number 9 placement right in front, you know, just to confuse the players. So decisions, I'll keep saying it, decisions today play a huge role, especially that next shot that comes onto the green. It's going to be very important for our players. And it's a very interesting spot where the ball is. So if you look at where he is, that kind of a shot is probably trying to make sure that it doesn't even attack that flag, because anything that goes past that flag, we know is going back onto the fairway on the other side. So today they have to be very careful in how they approach every shot in the last day.
Well, interesting pin placement there on number 1, but just let's move over to review the players that teed off before we went on air, with particular emphasis, of course, on our Zimbabwean contingent. So, interesting pin placement on number 9 there, but let's see how they took off. So perhaps maybe we could be able to gauge with the body language how much energy and enthusiasm our players had going on before they started their rounds. Interesting part coming up now from where the player is standing. It's a quick downhill putt from his left to the right. Not the easiest birdie attempt, but you never know with this gentleman. They've been playing the course for the last 3 days under the same circumstances. So perhaps the experience in the last 2 days will come into factor today. Unfortunately, he gave it a bit of a smack there, and there's it's not exactly stone dead from there. A couple of feet left, which is not a gimme at Royal Harare at all. Still some work left after the last his last shot, that last pitch. Let's see whether he'll be able to salvage par on this hole. Unfortunately, misses it a bit on the high side. So again, number 9 proving that it's not a pushover at all, even for the professionals. Now coming up, probably not so challenging putt now, because it's going uphill, but moves a little bit from his right to the left. Let's see whether he managed to get the correct read. Wonderful stroke. So he gets away with par and a little fist pump there.
I've just had a chance to look at Visitor Mapwanya. Visitor Mapwanya. He's currently on, right now, final day, he's currently on level par, playing hole number 11. But we are just doing a recap of Visitor when he took off earlier on this morning. Our East Africa Tour champion. He was actually, he's done very well, won a couple of wins in East Africa in preparation for this FBC Open. And he's done very well. But I believe today we should be able to get a couple of birdies from Visitor as he goes into his final round.
Well, our second look at the finishing hole, hole number 18. We already have Merrick Bremner, who has finished. We would expect that the next pairing that took off at 6:49, Jacob van Zyl and Jacques Blah, should be making their way towards the green now. That's another look at hole number 9. Coming from the fairway, the pin, as we noticed earlier on, is just a couple of meters on and to the left. So let's see whether you'll be able to be brave enough and leave it close for a birdie there.
Beautiful shot. A very good approach shot there.
Yeah, that's an excellent approach. I think both players have decent chances on the green there. I think there was quite some significant spin control there, because the tendency is, because that green slopes from back to front, if you spin the ball too much, you can easily take it off the green rodder.
Correct, correct. This just shows the experience that these guys have, and as we can see in the last shot there, that's a birdie zone, a birdie area, a great chance for him. And I think if you want to, for today, I want to believe that for those that are wanting to probably try and get a birdie, this is the kind of approach that they should have. It's leaving the ball before the flag as opposed to attacking the flag. So I think that would be the kind of approach on this last hole, number 9, if you want to have a chance of getting a birdie today.
Are there any particular holes where you think perhaps if somebody wants to post in, to get to be aggressive at Royal Harare, which ones would you say in a final round, if you really want to go aggressive, which holes would you then be able to be a bit brave?
I think the advantage that our professionals have, with the experience they have, the par fives, this is where they need to capitalize today. So their birdie chances, their eagle chances. So if you look at all par fives on our golf course today, this is where the guys can, take the risk and go all out and try and capitalize in shooting a birdie or even an eagle today.
Okay, let's see whether these two gentlemen will be able to take advantage of those fine approaches. That putt is not exactly downhill, moves a little bit from his left, but I think the trick there is right in front of him. There is also a mound that could perhaps mislead him into thinking that the putt moves from left to right. You see exactly what I was talking about. He thought because of the mound that was to his right, it will move from right. And he knew right away, after hitting the putt, that he hadn't gotten it right. This is probably a much better chance which he can be aggressive with, because it's a bit on the, it's an uphill putt, moves a little bit from the right. I would say if he's going to hit it firm, perhaps maybe inside right, but if he wants it to drip, on the edge. There you have it again, number 9, proving that it's not a pushover. he gave it too much respect and went outside the wall, and the ball only managed to turn back after it had gone past the wall. So 2 opportunities not taken up. Hopefully they will have more opportunities at the back now.
It's a beautiful day today as we head into the last and final round of the FBC Zimbabwe Open here at Royal Harare. And Pascal, I'm sure you'll agree with me that being a Sunday, it's the last day. It's a day that people can come out with children. We do have facilities and areas where children can come out and play. So please come out. Let's support. It's a beautiful day. We've gone back earlier on. We are looking at Visitor Mapwanya as he teed off earlier on this morning.
Playing with Visitor Mapwanya today is Oliver Goldhill from South Africa, who is also on level par. 216 shots taken in the first 3 rounds.
And Visitor Mapwanya is currently playing hole number 12. Just had an eagle. Just had a birdie there. He's sitting on -1 now.
So, well, proving to us that even though we are generally agreed that the first 9 holes are relatively easier, there are also chances to be taken in the back 9. Going with a driving iron there on hole number 1. Trouble to the left, out of bounds to the left on number 1, and trees to the right. Your take, what is the best play in a final round, in your own opinion, starting out on number 1, which is not a pushover hole?
If we look at the final round, what is important today is ball placement, that first shot, because all these drives today, this first shot matters because the first shot determines where exactly our final results are going to be. So hole number 1, I would say, probably on the left, not you see where the rough, not on the rough side, but I think left, because I think there's a blockage because you're trying to approach the green. So maybe if you push it to the right side, I don't see how you are able to get a chance to get onto the green there. So I think the left side on the fairway, but probably a bit on the left side, so you can have a better approach onto the green.
So hole number 1 there, where everybody is teeing off today, unlike the first 2 rounds where we had players teeing off from the 10th tee and the first tree.
This is the group behind Visitor Mapwanya and Oliver Goldhill. That was the 7:43 tee-off. That's Connor Mackenzie from South Africa and Benjamin Van Wyk. They teed off earlier on at 7:57.
After a visitor, when do you expect? When did the next Zimbabwean representative tee off, Rhoda?
We had at 9:14. Sorry, at 8:51. That's Darlington Chikanyambidze, and he's playing today with Dylan Monster from the Republic of South Africa. So 8:51 was our second local pro.
And the interesting pairing of 2 Zimbabweans, when did they take off?
That's 9:14 today. That's Michael Wallace and Robson Chinoi. Borodilbrook and Royal Harare golf members. Very interesting pairing. So we should expect something interesting from our two local pros. The fact that it's an advantage that they're playing together, a more relaxed environment. That's 9-14, Michael Wallace and Robson Chinoy.
And I suppose we would expect that for the gallery there is no conflicted interest here. You're watching two Zimbabweans doing their thing there.
Yes.
And the final Zimbabwean?
Our final player is Kieran Vincent. He will be teeing off at 11 minutes past 11, and he's going to be playing with Warwick Purchase from South Africa. So let's come out, let's support our local pros, and let's enjoy the last day of the FBC Zimbabwe Open.
Okay, so this is how they were teeing off earlier on, and we would expect that after we had seen how they've teed off, we'll be able to get to some of the live action on number 18. So there you have it. That is number 9, I beg your pardon, where we have another look at that interesting pin placement on number 9. Our professional golfers generally give the impression that they are just taking a leisurely walk. What exactly would be going on in their minds, despite that body language that we're just going in for a casual morning stroll?
When you are playing in tournaments of such magnitude, you have to be as relaxed and as composed as possible. You have to block everything out. Remember, you've got decisions to make. You've got a gallery that is watching you. So to try and imagine that everybody is coming out to watch me playing, I have to make a decision. Also looking at what they would have done on previous holes. There's a lot that these professionals take into play. So they try, and they have to, by all means, get into a zone where they shut everything out and zone in on what is currently happening. So it's almost like you block everything out, and it's just between you, the golf ball, the club, from the tee box to the green.
It will be interesting to see what's going on there, because our player to the right appears to have just casually picked up a golf ball. Roger, that pin placement, decisions. If our players were to play it safe, which part of the green do you think they should leave their approaches there?
It's definitely going to be on the left side. You always go for the wider part of the green. So the left side is safer. Even if you get, it's better for you to get a longer putt, but you've got a chance to go for a birdie. So the left side, I would say, is a better chance as opposed to going on the right side. Definitely the left. Wider part of the green when you've got such pin placements in position. So watch his approach shot there.
Looks like both players didn't manage to land their approach shots on the green, so interesting pitches coming up there. Again, proving that those greens are not as easy to pitch on. I think he decided to give it a bit more respect, because from where going just if that ball had gone just past the wall, it could easily roll off the green.
Pascal, would it be true to say that pros not being able to get onto number 9 for 2, it proves that today it's not an easy game today.
Not an easy game at all, but getting a much better result there, and you obviously be able to, get a better idea of how the ball behaves from his playing partner there. But that pin placement showing that number 9 is still going to be an interesting or perhaps as interesting as it was yesterday as well.
So I think if I look at my prediction for the win, looking at how the players are playing today, I'm going to bring a few shots down. I think 25 is a gamble. Looking at where the pins have been placed. So let's look at let's say minus 23. I'll come down to 23 for today's prediction. Looking at how our players are playing, it's not easy out there. I'll take it down to minus 23 for the winner today.
Well, as they say, it's a lady's prerogative to change her mind. So we, on the basis of new information, Roda's prediction for the winning score has come down by 2 shots. Let's see whether that will hold up with things heating up and the greens getting faster during the course of the day. So nothing much on this one. I hope it doesn't even leave the hole. We have seen others giving it more respect. I would just say perhaps maybe inside right and a little bit fame. There you have it. Both players managed to get the ball up and down on number 9. No damage done then. And then they will proceed to number 10, which is perhaps has the record highest score for this week. A 6 over 10 on number 10. Which one would you believe would be the word that perhaps maybe our pros need to be super careful on today?
You know, we had a discussion yesterday. I'm glad you're bringing it up. And someone was just saying, looking at all 18, which one do you think was the most difficult hole, especially yesterday? And I went on to saying, hole number 17. And apparently hole number 10 yesterday was the most difficult hole for our professionals. It can look as if it's you just hit it down the fairway, on for 2, but yesterday, hole number 10, looking at how the professionals were scoring, they scored a lot of drops and bogeys, came through from number 10 compared to the rest of the 17 holes. So number 10 proved to have been a very difficult hole for our professionals yesterday.
Well, another look at hole number 18, the earlier groups finishing off, and also a look at the wildlife at Royal Harare Golf Club, also enjoying the golf there. Some of the veterans deciding to go with driver on hole number 1. We're coming again to the 18th. Oh, this is, I beg your pardon, this is the 9th. Interesting position that our competitor has put himself there. Do you think there's enough distance for him to be able to spin the golf ball, or what would you, if you were in his shoes, where would you land it there? Not much. He has really short-sighted himself there.
That is not a very good position. If you look at it, he has to go over the bunker. That's one. And he doesn't have a lot of room to play with, but you know what? These are professional golfers. This is experience. So it might look difficult, but if he can just stop it just before, look at that beautiful shot. There we go.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot, beautiful approach, and this is where we see experience. This is where we see the difference between some of our beginners and amateur golfers, professional golfers. He didn't have much room, according to us looking at him here, but according to him and his experience, he managed to stop that ball. Because my concern was he has to go over the bunker and he has to try and stop that ball so that it doesn't go past the hole. And he's done a marvelous job in that third shot.
So the more difficult part of that up and down, done now. The little pitch shot over sand into a flag that's cut at the front of the green. Now he has a shorter, uphill putt for his par. Let's see whether he'll be able to convert. That putt again, I would think it moves from his right just a little bit, but I hope it doesn't leave the wall. There you have it.
Beautiful.
Taking a rather firm stroke there. Didn't seem phased at all. What gives these players so much confidence that sometimes they just seem to, casually, roll these putts in, Rhoda?
So, from a coaching point of view, the most important putt to work on is not the long putts, Pascal. It's the short ones. Those are the most important ones. And you find a lot of people take the short putts for granted, but they're the most missed putts. So even when we are teaching golfers, beginner golfers, we work a lot on 1 meter and 2 meter putts because we are saying, look at that, just miss that putt on the right.
Yeah, unfortunately, he had a very good pitch, couldn't convert, so it dropped short there.
So when we are teaching putting, we are saying anything that is a meter and below, you should never miss a meter and below. So we work a lot on the 1 meter putts, 2 meter putts, because this is where the game is. So the long putts, those you can control, but it's these short ones that you need to master at the end of the day, because this is where you'll win $1 million or lose $1 million. It takes that 1 meter putt, 1 foot putt, to bring the trophy or to lose the trophy. So a lot of work is needed during these short putts. For those who are joining us, this is our final day at the FBC Zimbabwe Open, being played here at Royal Harare Golf Club. Beautiful weather, bring the family. Let's come and support our 5 local pros. As you can see, some of our caddies there, happy to be out here. And I believe some of these caddies have actually had a chance to, travel. These local caddies that have also gained some experience. I had a chat with a couple who are from Zimbabwe, but are also touring caddy professionals.
Yes, definitely. I think for them it's an important week for the Zimbabwean. There's quite a large number of Zimbabweans who caddy on the Sunshine Tour in South Africa. For them, it's an important week to come and be with their friends and families, and also get people to, see them at work and how they go about their business. Because obviously, caddying on tour is a bit more different than caddying in our casual rounds. So it's also an important week, and I think their knowledge and experience, a lot of them obviously started out caddying in Zimbabwe, comes invaluable to their players from South Africa. So we have quite a large contingent of Zimbabweans caddying on the Sunshine Tour, and they always enjoy and coming back to Royal Harare for the Zimbabwe Open.
So would it be true to say that when people are looking at a caddy, they've never really realized that being a caddy is a good a career? Because I think everyone just looks at a caddy who is at a home club, local caddy, but they've never actually thought that being a touring caddy is it's quite an amazing thing, that an amazing profession. Let's put it that way.
Well, the way the remuneration is structured for caddying, they are the standard fees and winning bonuses and as well. It created a strange situation in New Zealand, of all places,
Hmm.
around the year 2000 when Tiger Woods was at his peak. The gentleman who was caddying for Tiger Woods during that time when
Hmm.
Tiger was winning 4 majors in a row and a lot of other top tournaments, uh, Steve Williams,
Yes.
that's his name, he happened to be the highest paid sports person in New Zealand, ahead of the superstars in other sports like rugby,
Rugby.
cricket, and
Yes.
so on.
Yes.
So on the main tours, caddies get 10% of the purse
Hmm.
if their player wins. That's
Right.
the usual contract. So you can imagine
Mm.
for the FBC Zimbabwe Open, I think the winning purse is the winning player takes over R500,000
Yes.
because the
Correct.
total purse is
200.
uh, 3
Two.
million
Yeah.
rand,
3 million
around
rand. Yes.
200. Yeah, so 10% of that, 50,000 rand is
Yes.
quite tidy.
Yes. Very true.
Yeah, but the usual caddy contracts here at Royal Harare for the Zim Open, there is a dedicated team of caddy masters who ensure that the caddies get decent contracts with
Hmm.
their players. They get paid for the week,
Yes.
whether or not the player has met the cut. There are also other incentives agreed between the player and the caddy to
Hmm.
say if we make top 5, top 10, this is the percentage that we get. So, yeah, you can make a decent living, but of course, part of it depends on how you then use that money because they are on the move all the time.
Yes.
And with emotions running high when you win or you finish well, and emotions running low when you don't play so well,
Hmm.
the temptation is for you to then participate in other activities which are not very conducive to saving money.
Right. Right.
But caddies throughout the history of golf uh, are very colorful characters.
Hmm. Hmm.
I believe, being a student of the game, there's a gentleman by the name of young Tom Morris. This is from Scotland, the home of golf. Used to be a caddy, but won the Open Championship,
Hmm.
as they like to call it, but the Americans want to call it the British Championship a few times more than a century ago.
Right.
So you have had some caddies also and stories of people who were caddies becoming brilliant players. So it's a very interesting lifestyle
Hmm.
when you look at it from that point of view.
Yes. Very true. Very true.
So a view of players teeing on earlier on number 1 to our left, and to the right of the split screen.
Wow. Beautiful shot there.
Another attempt at number 9.
Good approach. Beautiful approach.
Good approach, but we have seen that even the small ones, the short ones from that pin placement are not really
They are proving to be
gimme.
very difficult, eh? Because you always find an uphill putt is better than a downhill putt. This one, you're not looking for much, but today, looking at the few professionals that have passed through number 9, these short ones are proving to be very difficult, on the uphill putts. So, very interesting. That was a beautiful approach shot there.
Yeah, I think
Um,
it took a bit of a risk there because where his ball is sitting, there's a little mound. Anything short of that falls off the green.
hmm
But also, from where his ball is to the flag, the ball goes a little bit downhill, and then when it reaches the flag, that's when it flattens out. Let's wait and see whether you will be able to, read that correctly and give it a nice little stroke and make birdie on 9, which is proving not to be a pushover today.
mm,
The fairways at Royal Harare looking perfectly manicured, As always, not much rough on Royal Harare. Do you think perhaps, you know, rough, having a lot of rough, or rather the taller grass, takes away from, you know, the, the players being able to play, you know, spectacular shots where they probably end up just hitting it to get it out of the thick grass? Are you a proponent of courses like the US Open setups where there's tall rough, or you'd prepare some sort of setup like we have right now, Rhoda?
So what you'll find is when I've looked at Royal, you've got wide fairways. You might not have that much rough compared to like the links courses. But where I feel that Royal is a challenge is on the greens. So it may look easy that they can be on the fairways, but what I've seen in the last 3 days, some of these first shots from the tee box, it's not really everybody. That's why you find some pros are taking irons. Let's switch back there. Is this hole number 18?
Yes, that's hole number 18. Remember, our pin is cut to the back
It's right at the
right.
back.
That's a fairly decent shot, but the putt is not a pushover because
Mhm.
the the f- the flag is really,
It's right at the back there.
as you can see,
It's a
it's
good
still
shot.
a downward putt there. Let's see whether we will be able to see our first birdie today on number 18.
So if I'm to look at number 18 as well, I can put number 18 in the birdie zone. It's also a hole that our professionals today can attempt and get a birdie on the last hole. You've got enough room approaching the hole there, such that even the ball can stop. You've got enough room to play with to be able to attack the flag there without really going past it. So I would definitely put hole number 18 in the birdie zone, and I'm sure our guys will make an attempt today in, take advantage in trying to get birdies on the last hole, looking at the pin placement.
Yes, on the screen there, that is Jaco Van Zyl, played in America, South African, played on the PGA Tour. So he he has been coming to Zimbabwe in the last 5. Oh, that is Jaco's ball, I believe, on the dropping zone.
Hmm.
What happens there is, in tournaments like this, we want our sponsors and other, you know, guests to come closer to the action on number 18. So if you overshoot the green on number 18, you won't be able to play because the ball will be in the tents and whatever. So there are designated areas where you can then move your ball, whether be it from somebody's beer or
Hmm.
somebody's lunch, and you are then allowed to
Mm.
go and drop at that area.
Right, right.
So you are not penalized.
Okay.
We have had incidents internationally where players realize that to take out the risk, they hit it deliberately into the bleachers or into the hospitality tents. And here what we do is we don't encourage that, but also if the ball overshoots and gets to the crowd, this is the area where you are then allowed
To
to
drop.
go and drop it.
Okay.
But you see, because they are playing preferred lies now, he's allowed to drop it and then place it. Because
Okay.
towards the end of the day, you see that sometimes when players take their shots, they take a little bit of a divot, a piece of land, as some say.
Hmm.
So it's good that you'll be able to place it. So Yako coming up with a
Oh.
tidy little flop.
Yep. Hope it stays there.
Yes.
Yes. Not the easiest of shots from where he was coming from there.
No, it's not the easiest at all because if he had gone to the right, there's a big ridge
Yes.
to the right, which if you if you don't pick your spot correctly, you
Yes.
could end up getting your ball moving further to the left, and then you have an almost impossible putt.
Correct.
So some work to do for Jaco van Zyl there.
Now today you can see that our professionals are being very careful with every shot. You know, they are not taking gambles. They are not risking. Just to make sure they go off with a lovely finish. Let's watch him putting.
Well, that's in our picture, Jacques Blah, another perennial campaigner, won several times on the Sunshine Tour. So I'm sure they're having a good walk, both of them being veterans of the game, but didn't manage to sink that putt, so gives it a bit of respect. Now, Jaco van Zyl to see whether he can salvage par now on number 18.
So this is our second group, Pascal, that is finishing
Yes,
for the day.
yes. This is the group that teed off at 6:49.
Beautiful putt. Oh,
Ooh, still some work they left there for Jaco.
and that's a bogey on hole number 18.
Yes, not the finishing that he would have wanted, but I'm sure he'll be back next year. He has not won the Zim Open, but he has had some decent finishes uh, throughout the years. So both players finishing up with bogeys on the last hole. Jacques Blah didn't have the best day. Finishes the tournament on +3. After today, Jacques was sorry, I'm getting mixed up now. Jacques Blah and Jaco van Zyl. So Jaco van Zyl finishing one shot better on 2 over today after that book.
That is Darlington approaching a hole number 9.
Yes, our first view of Darlington Chikanyambidza in the white shirts and black trousers. Looks like the young man has given the flag a bit of respect there. Interesting part coming up for Darlington.
Hole number 9, proving to be not a very easy hole today for our professionals. Currently, Darlington coming up to hole number 9. He's on par, level par for the tournament. Let's see how he finishes on this front 9.
It looks like today he didn't have the kind of fireworks that he had. So all our players, the 5 Zimbabwean players, all under par. So decent progress for our representatives there.
I see Robson Chinoi is sitting on 1 over for the tournament. He's on hole number 6. And Michael Wallace is 3 over for the tournament. Playing number 6, he's paired with Robson Chinoi for today.
The all Zimbabwean pairing there, not doing too well, but Darlington putting for birdie there. He had a bit of a mixed background. So far, that's
That's a very beautiful putt. That was a very long putt from where Darlington was coming from.
yes, he should be able to tap in for his 4 there.
Mhm.
From number 1, Darlington made par on the first, the par 4 first, another par on the par 3 second, dropped a shot on the par 3 third, another par on the tough par 4 fourth, another par on the par 5, par 3 fifth, I beg your pardon. Then his first birdie was on number 6, the par 5, and immediately dropped a shot on the short par 4 seventh, picked up a shot on the par 4 eighth, and by the look of things, he should be able to save his par on 9 to turn around in level par 36. That clean placement, you see, the ball only turning after the wall. This is because of that little mound that's before the green. So again, the Sunshine Tour proving that they can still, give the players something to think about even on the short ones.
I was actually about to say, Pascal, what do you think will be going through the minds of these officials who do the pin placements?
Well, I think having done this, most of these gentlemen have been working in the Open Committee and with this tournament for 16 years now.
Right.
So they've got a fair idea of
Mhm.
which pin placings produce interesting results, and
Mhm.
they've got 4 days to rotate these. So I think on the most part you find that they repeat these placings, like on number 18 here. The finishing pin placement is always to the back left,
Right.
probably coincidentally because that's when our main sponsors also get the best view.
Yes. Yes.
But on number 9, there's another interesting one. I think they had it on day 2, which is center right, where
Correct.
there's a bit of a mound, and then there was yesterday's placement, which is center left, and another one to the back. So usually the way the greens are designed, they have at least 4 different placements
Right.
for the uh, whole week. Darlington, unfortunately, leaping out on number 9.
A bit strong there.
Yeah, a bit firm, but you would think perhaps the harder work was the leg part where he had, legged that part to a couple of feet.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Darlington drops another shot. Is now 1 over for the round through 9 holes and 3 under for the tournament. There's still a lot of golf left to
Mhm.
play. Hopefully, you'll be able to make some birdies
On the back
in the
9.
back 9 and have a strong finish.
This is we're back to hole number 18,
Yes.
and this should be our third group that teed off at 6:58. That's Stoll Swat from South Africa, and Rigat Alberti from South Africa.
Interesting putt coming up. I think it will move from his right. The body language is always interesting. When somebody doesn't make the stroke that he wants, usually they don't wait for the ball to reach the wall, they move.
They start moving.
So how much is feel a part of golf? When do you realize even before the outcome that things are going to be right? How much is that kind of feel, for want of a better term, a part
You
of golf?
you know when you are putting, or we always say not just the putting, in every shot in golf you have to have a good feel of the shot even before you've hit it. You have to have that positive and confidence to say this is definitely going to be a great shot. That's a beautiful putt there. Well done.
Yeah. That's a good finish
That's
there.
a good finish. Very beautiful putt there. That's from Rigard Alberti from South Africa. Nice finish on hole number 18. You always have to have a good feel. It's before you hit the shot, Pascal. It's not when you're actually hitting. You have to feel good. You have to see that putt dropping even before you've actually addressed the putt. Another nice finishing on the
Yes.
putting there.
Interesting. Talking of body language, of course, for every rule there is an exception. Hideki Matsuyama, this global superstar from Japan, who has won the Masters, one of the four majors. We always have difficulties telling whether he is hit it close to the flag or not. With he swings and then lets go with one of his hands, and you think perhaps he has hit it out of bounds. So I think he is the exception to that.
Yes.
For most players, when you look at the finish, it usually tells you that if it's not graceful, perhaps they didn't make the kind of stroke that they wanted to.
Sure.
But again, like I said, you also have the exception at the top level. Hideki does all sorts of things, gives you misleading body language, and you think, perhaps maybe he has hit it out of bounds, yet it's very close to where he would have wanted to.
This should be the group playing hole number 9.
Yes, I think
Rupert Kaminski and Christian Berg from South Africa.
And I think playing behind them, that's where we have our Zimbabwean pairing, and hopefully we'll have our first look at them.
He doesn't look happy with that shot.
Well, that follow through, as I said, the body English, as they call it, not very inspiring at this stage.
And behind Rupert Kaminski and Christian Berg is Michael Wallace and Robson Chinoi. They will be approaching the 17th hole very soon. I mean the 8th hole, sorry, very soon. I know a lot of work has gone into, the preparation of this tournament. I know even on Friday night, we actually saw, after everybody had finished, the work that was being put in just on the putting green to prepare everybody for the next day. Because I believe the speed that you find on the putting green when you're practicing should be the same speed as what you will find on the golf course. Is that correct, Pascal? Because they were cutting the greens, and this was probably around 18 hours. I saw Gary Todd there. He was, probably advising them how low they should cut the greens. So they were working on the putting greens there. And I know a lot of work has gone in from the greenkeeping side.
You're so right, but the greens that we have here, this type of grass, the bent grass, requires a lot of maintenance. So even after they've cut the greens after the rounds, the ground staff have to come in very early before the rounds and then cut and roll the greens again. So when in summer, when it's hot, a lot of watering has to be done during the day. Sometimes, depending on how what it is, every 3 hours or so. Otherwise, that grass would just die. So for our viewers, I know most of us, we see green grass, we just think lawn is lawn. We actually have different types of grasses. At Royal Harare, on the fairways, the part that's cut, where we say the short grass, it's Kikuyu, Kikuyu grass. And then on the greens, it's the much thinner, smaller, and fragile bent grass greens, which are really the best for this kind of climate that we've got. The challenge is that they require a lot of maintenance, and watering. So the grounds crew at Royal Harare are always, you know, throughout the year, because the course only closes on Christmas. So even the challenge is to make sure that the course remains reasonably playable while they are also maintaining the green. So yeah, you are right. There's a lot of work that goes in there, and also there's a lot of specialized equipment that's used to cut that green to that grass to that level. Our ordinary domestic lawn mowers really wouldn't be able to cut these greens to the level that we see here.
Yeah, because a lot of people, when they, they will look at a golf course, I've really come to realize that a lot of money goes into this, the maintenance alone, just to keep it to these standards. I mean, we're not looking at Royal, but golf courses worldwide, a lot of money. It's a big investment to make sure that we have such beautiful courses. Just left his putt short there. People are not taking risks today.
Well, I suppose they say these putts, if you miss a putt, they say you are spending cash on the last day, because remember, everybody who's made the putt, the cut, gets paid
Yes.
on how they finish. And with a lot of ties along the way, sometimes missing a putt even at the beginning of the round actually dents your pocket. So
That's true.
as professionals, they tend to give them a bit of respect, especially towards the end. But again, as we all know, the final score is not just determined on what has happened at the last day. We look at what happened at the score on Thursday, the score on Friday. That's when we have the cuts, and those who didn't do so well, who were not in the top 16 ties, they are asked to stop playing on the Thursday. They don't, on the Friday rather, after the Friday round, they don't get paid. If you don't make the cut, you don't get paid.
Wow.
And then you have Saturday, the traditional moving day, where this is the opportunity now, if you didn't play so well the first 2 days, to make a move. And then Sunday, that's championship day, where the final standings will be determined. So there's always something to play for once you have made the cut. In terms of the actual finish, there's money to be made with every little part, as they say.
What I've seen is that in golf, no matter when you take up golf as a career, whether you are a touring pro, everyone thinks money is only when you are playing on the golf course, but they don't realize that even the rules officials, you can be a rules official, you can be a teaching pro, you can be a maintenance pro. There's a lot that is involved. I think the industry of golf is so vast, and I'm not sure if a lot of people have really looked into it to say it's not just about playing on the tour, but there are more places that professionalism can be found in this industry, and also people can make a very good living, outside of playing on tour. What's your take on that, Pascal?
Well, it's so true. It's just that some of these roles, for want of a better term, were not so pronounced, because you had fewer people taking those roles. But with the growth of the game, you start having more people becoming rules officials. You start having more people involved in the maintenance of the golf course and so forth. My take has always been that when you're a professional, we shouldn't mistake that with proficiency. Professional means you do it for a living, and obviously you are then expected to be proficient. But of course, in golf, everyone who becomes a good player, even the amateurs, they either start calling themselves a pro because they are proficient, or maybe when you are the best in your group, you then go around calling yourself, I'm a pro in this group. But a very important take that you're saying, golf is a huge industry in other countries. I think when you look at the home of golf in Scotland, tourism, hospitality, and playing, we've got millions and millions of players in the world
Mhm.
who are trying to make a living out of golf. So, yeah, the opportunities for professionalism should not just remain in the playing arena.
Mhm. These are some of our golfers that were teeing off earlier on this morning, starting the last day of the FBC Zimbabwe Open. What a beautiful atmosphere. Happy people. That's Darlington before teeing off. Good attitude to have, remain content. He's got great support, being a royal member. I'm sure he knows the course from back to back because he basically started his golf from Royal.
Yes,
Pascal?
not so long ago. I think it was 2019 to be exact. But again, you still have to hit the shots. You still have to hit. So, home advantage exists, yes, but you still need to hit the shots.
That's
The
true.
example that we give is borrowing from football. I'm sure you have heard of Lionel Messi. No matter, well, in his prime, no matter where he was playing, where the World Cup was held, you always knew that Lionel Messi would put up a good show.
Yeah.
But it does help in terms of you being comfortable. There, Darlington taking off number 1 using driver. So I suppose that set the tone where you are saying, okay, this is our home course. Let's see what tomorrow, what the day has for us. It played well for the first 8 holes. Was level par. Unfortunately, 3-putted number 9 to drop a shot. Still in a good position at 3 under. Let's see what the back 9 has for the young man.
That is Dylan Mostert playing with Darlington as they teed off earlier on at 8:51. He took an iron there.
Well, for some of these young men from South Africa, they really moved the ball.
Mhm.
I remember there was, I think, the record for an iron shot a couple of years ago. I think there's a young man who plays on the PGA Tour. He hit it over 350 meters
Wow.
with a 2-iron.
With a 2-iron.
Yes.
Not even a driver, a 2-iron.
Not even a driver.
Wow.
2-iron. And remember also that here in Zimbabwe, we are playing at altitude. The ball flies a little bit further, about 10% further than at sea level, where some of these professionals started their golf on places like Durban, places like Cape Town. The ball doesn't fly as much, but when you come to Joburg and Pretoria, the elevation is more or less the same as Harare.
Okay. We also have on hole number 18, approaching the green is Zander Bassan from South Africa and Alan John from Germany. They are approaching hole number 18 and they are finishing off their final round for the FBC Zimbabwe Open. Be very interesting to see where their approach shots are on this beautiful green with the pin right at the back on hole number 18. Very interesting finish, and I think that was a good decision to place the flag right at the back there. It's a good finish for our spectators today.
Yes, young Michael Wallace there plays left-handed, going in with an iron. He's a 3-time club champion at Royal Harare, so he knows the course fairly well. 10 professional area earlier on in the year. I think this is probably his second. Yeah, this is definitely his second tournament after the last ZPGA tournament in Bulawayo, the President's Cup. On your screens now, playing with Michael Wallace. They teed on earlier on. That is Robson Chinoi. Choosing to go with less than driver. I think that's a 3-wood he carries. Sometimes he carries a 5 wood or a 2 iron, but that looks like is 3 wood, not a short hitter, so probably playing for placement there.
No one can afford to make any mistakes today. This is the last day, so every single shot counts, Pascal, today. Every single shot counts.
Well, in all truthfulness, even the ones that were played on Thursday count, but you become more conscious of your position. It's amazing that caddies usually get you know blamed for mistakes at the end of the round. If you misread, if somebody then misses his target by a shot, it's always the last part that's remembered. So there's also that, I think in psychology they call it the peak end bias, that we tend to remember things at their peak
Right.
and at the end.
Wow.
So everyone will pay more attention to what happens at the end. But when you add them up, I'm pretty sure the ones from Thursday and Friday would count the same.
Wow. What is your comment on that part there? This is Xander Basson and Alan John on hole number 18.
Yeah,
He
I think
really went for it.
he got to be too
Aggressive there?
Yes, because that mound misleads you at the center of our screens
Of
there.
the green there, yes.
Because
I can see that.
if you don't give it a good smack, then it doesn't go up the mound. But once it's reached the apex of the mound now, it will gather speed as well. So it's not really an easy lag on after playing safe to the left there.
Putting for birdie
Yes.
on hole number 18.
Still a little bit of work left. Number 18 proving that it's not a pushover at all. As you can see, both players and caddies, trying to make sure they see all the nuances.
Very interesting day today. It's not looking easy out there, Pascal.
No, it's not. As you can see, all sorts of concentrations. Some of these caddies are decent players in their rights. I think that looks like that's Stenner, single handicapper from Wingate as well. Helping up very close to the action. Let's see whether he learnt anything from his first putt. Should be coming slightly from his right. It's now going uphill, so he can afford to be a bit more aggressive.
Not didn't borrow enough there.
Yeah, not the finish you would have wanted. Again, extending his playing partner the courtesy of not stepping on his line. There you have it.
Very good putt there. Very good finish.
Very good putt there. Robson Chinoi and Michael Wallace are now on number 9.
It looks like both shots. I think that should be Robson there.
Yes.
Looks like he's pin high for his second approach.
Yes, but again, as we have seen, this is not the easiest hole. Robson having a rather subdued round. Started off with par on hole number 1, another par on the short second, par on 3, par on 4, dropped a shot on the par 3 fourth, and then made pars for the next 3 holes. So let's see whether if he makes birdie on here, then he will be able to turn at level par again, going through the motions of that new green reading technique. Looks like it's Michael to go first.
Not an easy putt for Michael there. That's a downhill putt.
Well, it's downhill. I think the challenge is with that mound to his right, which tends to influence the ball's movement from his right. I would call that is downhill. He probably needs to go on the edge to the right. You see, the green slopes from front to back. So ordinarily So again, changing his mind, and after that aim point, new technique of reading greens. Now settling in.
Oh. Just missed it on the left.
Just missed it
Yeah,
on the right.
On the right, because he's left-handed.
Yes.
I have to remember what I said about. I always have to now look to the other side. When someone is left-handed, he missed it on the right side.
Yes, it's. Well, at least you didn't say the opposite of right is wrong. So sometimes when you play with lefties, you tell them you're playing from the wrong side because we were taught the opposite of right is wrong. So Robson with another tricky little putt. If anything, that should be inside right without leaving the hole. It's a little double breaker because first it goes left and then it comes back from the right. Oh.
Wow.
That pin placement proving to be quite a challenge. Again, going through the motions of aligning up the ball. Every shot counts, yes, including the short ones, as you said.
That's a good save.
Confident save. Not the 9 he was looking for, but there's still 9 more holes on the back 9. Hopefully he'll be able to find something and improve his score from the 1 over that he's currently on.
This is do or die now, because this is the final 9, Pascal, for our Zimbabwean pros. So they have to go into this last 9 with a different mindset. They have to be positive. Forget what happened, from number 1 to 9, because you can never carry what you did or the mistakes you made into the last 9. This is the most critical and crucial 9 that they're playing. This is it, and he has to, or they both have to go in with a different mindset here. Be positive, reload, restart, and it's not the end. It's now our local pros looking for birdies on this back 9, but the mindset
Yes.
has to be correct. Before we even strike that ball, the mindset is what you work on first. So positivity definitely on the back 9.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there. Some even go as far as saying in golf sometimes the inability to forget is a big disadvantage. You must be able to forget. It's an even bigger disadvantage than the inability to remember.
Correct.
Because then, as time goes on, you build up, what do you call it in psychological terms, scar tissue or something like that. Because when you come to that wall where you had a not so good score, you don't want to be bringing that up as you are playing, because then just increases the pressure, and
Correct.
before you know it, you are repeating that mistake. So you are so right there. They should be able to focus, finish strong, so that their next tournament, wherever it is, probably Zambia, that should be the next tour stop, isn't it?
Yes, there's the Mopani Open that is coming up after this FBC Zim Open. So we are looking forward to seeing the guys again battling it out in Zambia, where we actually have 2 events that have been confirmed. One is in Kitwe, that's in the Copper Belt, and this is going to be played at Kitwe Golf Club, Nkana Golf Club, sorry, and the other one is being played at Nchanga, and we are still yet waiting for the third one, which is Lusaka Golf Club, to confirm the dates. So currently looking at 3 tournaments being hosted in Zambia for the professionals for this year, which is a huge improvement, because previously we used to have 2 events. Then it came down to 1 because Mapani had stopped coaching. Stopped sponsoring. But they came back, and this is their 3rd year still running. So 3 events in one country is a good thing for our golfers in Zambia.
It's a good thing, but we always remind our viewers what Gary Todd said. This is their favorite stop on the Sunshine Tour,
Yes.
the FBC Zimbabwe Open.
100%.
So Zambia may have the quantity, but we have the quality. I know.
Yeah, we
Okay.
had. When Robson won in 2023, they were coming from Zimbabwe, and I also had a chance to.
Yes, we've got a guest on standby just to hear more interesting views on the tournament and Royal Harare. Over to you, Valentine. Robson Chinoy, the famous birdie putt on Thursday to make the putt. Probably he's short of the tournament, isn't it? You still remember, Rhoda, this putt?
That was hole number 18. This was a comeback. Look at that. Look at that.
Yes.
Look at that. That was his comeback, and he had every right to celebrate after how he had played the other 17 holes. It was a good show, good finish for our fans, for the country. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that excitement. And I pray that as he goes into his last 9, this is the same excitement he must carry with him, so he can, do a repeat of what happened on Friday.
It's amazing. This is the same gentleman who missed a short one today on number 9. But like we said, there's still a lot of golf to be played. Hopefully, we'll be having more of those moments in his last 9 holes so that he can finish strong before Zambia. That's the part that didn't drop on number 8, and then the little comebacker on number 9.
We have Henny O'Kennedy and Jaden Delta from South Africa. They teed off this morning at 7:25, and they are approaching the final hole of the FBC Zim Open, number 18.
We still have a few groups, 5 groups to be precise. 10 players have not teed off. So our leader is still Altin van der Merwe on 17 under. He should be teeing off at 11:41 hours Zimbabwean time. Alongside him, Kyle Barker on 13 under. In front of them, Austin Bautista from Australia, last year's runner-up, had a good tussle with the eventual winner and really got it taken away from him in the last 3 holes, playing very well in contention again. He's teeing off with Jaco Prinsloo from South Africa, who's on 12 under at 11:31. The defending champion, Luis Carrera, still managed to make the cut, but didn't do so well, but is still in, trying to finish stroke. He's now played 14 holes and he's on 2 under for the tournament, which really is a long way from the leader. It's amazing how much difference can make in golf. So form is a real thing in golf, don't you think so, Rhoda?
100%. I was about to say that, Pascal, to say you've got the defending champion who played last year, won the tournament. Look at how he has performed. So when you look at golf, even for today's final scores, anything is possible. Anything. You can have someone who's probably, 3, 4 shots, 5, 6 shots behind, and all sorts of things can happen. And this is why we get excited about this game called golf, because anything is possible.
That looks like that's missed the green. Seeing how quick those greens are, Oliver still not on the green for 3 rather. I believe Visitor pitched on. See where he's repairing his pitch mark. He was also short of the green. Pitched onto the green for 3, so he has that part left to salvage par.
Our first local pro finishing his last round for the tournament. Visitor Mapwanya.
Well, Visitor has managed to maintain a 1 under round up to hole number 18. Started off with par on 1, par on 2, bedded number 3, dropped on 4, dropped again on 7, parred the rest to 10 in 1 over 37, went to the back 9, bedded the tough 10th, parred 11, bedded 12, and made a string of pars getting to number 18. So if he makes that short little par, that short putt, he would have carried a round of 1 under 71 to finish on 1 under.
Beautiful putt
Lovely.
there. Sunk that putt into the hole. That's
Well,
Oliver Goldhill. That's a good finish. Good finish for Oliver.
well, that's a putt. That's not a putt because technically he was he was off the green, but it's still a 4. They count all the same, isn't it?
It's a good comeback. He'll
Even-
definitely come back next year looking at that finish, because how you finish actually determines what's going to happen. You know, it's important what will happen after. So that was a good finish and good sportsmanship with his caddy.
Yes, visitor now. That to save par and save the 1 under round of he makes that for a 4. So the first Zimbabwean out today comes in, started out at level pass for after 3 rounds, made a couple of bogeys and 3 birdies, the rest pars, and then finishes off at 1 under.
Red numbers.
That's another look at that fantastic putt for 4. He only managed to pitch on the green, rolled off, and still made the putt. So Goldie will have memories of that putt off the green that really doesn't count in the States as par. We now cross over to Valentine. We've got a guest to just give us their thoughts on how the tournament is progressing.
Thank you very much to our commentators, and of course I hope you're certainly following the game as it happens right here at Royal Harare. And of course Zimbabweans also, they've had a few struggles to start the day, with Robson Shinoy dropping some slosh on the 9, on the front back 9, as well as that is Michael Wallace is now on 1 under. Visitor Mapwanya is now on the 17th on 1 under as well. A good comeback for him, a bit consistent with his performance, and hopefully just a few moments ago that is Kieran Vincent did tee off. But right now joining me is of course the marketing manager Delta Beverages Lagers business unit, and that is Kundai Mawema. Kundai, good day and a hearty welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Indeed, as Delta Beverages have brought one of your brands, which is Pilsner, I'm sure. Maybe if we can let us into your participation at this year's edition of the Zim Open as a sponsor.
No, fantastic. So, as you know, Golden Pilsner is one of the longest standing partners of the Zimbabwe Open, and every year we really prioritize being part of this amazing tournament. It's local excellence at play, and our brand Golden Pilsner fits right there inside that. So we're excited to be here, and really just grateful to be able to give such a tournament of this stature continuous support on a yearly basis.
And of course, let's talk about your participation in sport. And I know Golden Pilsner has always been, for the longest time, been partners with that is ZPGA as well. Let's talk a bit about that as a business unit. When you go into sport, we know also in football with another brand as well. But as Delta Beverages, tell us more. Your encouragement into doing that.
Yeah, definitely. So for us, it's all about the positioning. So you'll see that Golden Pilsner, our flagship premium brand, is paired with one of the most premium sports that we know globally. And so for us, really the priority is to make sure that we connect with the right type of audience, those that are discerning, those that are forward-looking in their behavior and their mindset. And for us, golf gives us that platform to extend our premium nature of our brand and really to just pair with like-minded individuals who really make this brand what it is today.
let's now give a word to the people watching at home and those that are probably going to be making their way here. And I see you've got a immaculate stand as well, positioned nicely on the 18th there. Tell us more about that and the word of encouragement for those that will be making their way here.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful day out in Zimbabwe. Come and enjoy the Zim Open. This is the final day. As you mentioned, we have our Golden Pilsner tent, the public bar, where all of our individuals can come through and experience our brand. And then for our stakeholders, obviously, we do also have our corporate tent. But it's a beautiful day out. It's a great day to support golf, a great day to support Zimbabwe, and really just congratulations to the Zim Open Committee and the ZPGA. It's a great achievement to be able to pull off a tournament of this magnitude in collaboration with the Sunshine Tour every year. So come and support us all. We're looking forward to hosting you. Thank you.
Indeed, there you have it. That is the marketing manager, Delta Beverages, Lagos Business Unit marketing manager, and that is Kundai Mahwema talking to us right here as we live broadcast this amazing event. It's the final day, and the golfers are moving in to pinch up as we looked at the leaderboard there, and of course the leaders are now going to tee you off. It's already around 11, and this is the time the excitement really builds up, and I know more Zimbabweans are pinning their hope on Kieran Vincent to do well. Yesterday, he did post a 9 under for his performance, and the leader pack, of course, on 17 under as well, and that's a massive lead that he has. That is Alton van der Merwe, and we hope that for Zimbabwe's sake, he'll drop a few, a few shots so that it gives a chance to that is Kieran Vincent right here. So without much further ado, let's take you back to our commentators for live commentary as Mike Wallace is approaching the 9.
This is earlier action on number 9. Again, earlier action on number 1, on number 9. The pros are attacking that flag, but Roda, it's proving that even if you are close to that flag, there's still a bit of work left with the putting.
The putts, especially on the short putts, Pascal. Today's placements are very interesting, and from what we've seen earlier on from the players that have started, the short putts are proving to be very difficult. So your reading really matters here. It's whether you're going to take a risk. Do I just hit it straight and firm? Do I, hit a dying putt? Those are the critical decisions that are being made on the putting green today. So very interesting greens that we have today. I mean, very interesting pin placements for the last day. This is why I said it's every decision that is going to count, because remember, the putt is the one that this is the execution part, so it matters how they decide every single putt in the last day today.
As we can see, the Nomads providing scoring services year in, year out, but at the top of the leaderboard, no movement yet because the leaders haven't teed off, and there was a healthy lead there. A difference between the first 5 or so players and the chasing pack was quite significant, so nobody really shooting lights out to get to 17 under. As you can tell, the difference between number 8 and number 1, that will be 8 shots. That seems quite a lot, Rhoda, but as we know in golf, anything can happen.
8 shots on the card looks like a lot, but when they start playing, you'll be surprised what is going to happen today. So another look at hole number 18.
It's amazing that with all the information regarding different distances, where the flag is, where the where you expect the ball to turn, even the wind direction, which is what the caddy is judging by throwing little tufts of grass. After all those rituals and ceremonies, what determines what you score is how you execute.
You would also think that our pros, all the pros that are playing, they started playing on Thursday. So really, it's been 18 holes, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and today is the last day. But you can see that as much as they've been playing the last 3 days, when they are approaching the final day, you have to come with a different mindset. I think it's all to do with the mindset. It's how you approach, because by now you would be expecting them not to make a single mistake, because remember they've been playing for the last 3 days. But it's still proving to be very difficult, and it all comes down to the mindset, the decisions, the placements. You see, everything is coming into play on the last day.
Well, brilliant shot from a bit far away, but as we have noticed, not the easiest parts on this part of the green. Yesterday, the pin was closer to the front. I think it was more center right. It had its own challenges with that bunker in play. But still today, we have noticed that even though the bunkers are a bit further off, it's still not a giveaway as such.
It's also good to see some of our lady golfers, members, volunteering and being part and parcel of this event. You know, just coming through to be part of it, you are also learning. You are also getting experience just by watching and being part and parcel of this tournament. So very good to see some ladies playing, some of our national players that are part and parcel of the team that's working on the ground in this tournament. I'm happy to see some women out there. Very encouraging.
Yes, the build-up to the tournament itself, our visitors might not know. The actual physical putting together of infrastructure, your tents, takes perhaps maybe 10 days or so just to build these pavilions. You have to, bring in the tents, tarpaulins, all sorts of things. So it has been a hive of activity for the last 2 weeks at Royal Harare. But of course, it's important to make sure that our visitors, our guests, our sponsors and their sponsors' guests also gets the best views and the best experiences of the FBC Zimbabwe Open.
We would like to acknowledge 5 years running, 5 years in a row, FBC Holdings Limited, our title sponsor, main sponsor of this Sunshine sanctioned FBC Zimbabwe Open sponsorship, Zimbabwe Open. We also have associate sponsors, Zimre Holdings Limited and Caledonia Mining Corporation. Thank you so much to the sponsors. You know, without sponsors, this would not be possible. I mean, 5 years running, FBC have done an amazing job um, to be able to take it 5 straight years.
Yes, it's not an easy task at all. And remember, their sponsorship goes beyond just providing the prize money. There's also a lot of other things that, a lot of the work that goes into the background. And while we are there, I think we also get a few words from some of our guests. I believe Valentine is on standby to get some perspectives from those who are participating without being players.
Upper leaderboard.
We wait for our guests to get ready. Another be made or spent depending on that part.
This is the last part for the day, so you go for it. Love. That they make, it's very critical because the holes are finishing. After you finish on, but you're done. So whatever decisions that they're making on the putting greens, these are final decisions, nothing to lose. Let's look at that putt. Wow.
That's a bit of spent there. Well, I think Valentine is now ready with our guests as we see Mackenzie and his playing partner finishing off on number 18. We hope to see them back next year.
Congratulations with some of the partners that have come through for the Zim Open 2026. And right now, joining me is Marco Derere from Credshaw, which is a subsidiary company of the Zimri Holdings Limited. And Maxwell, it's a very good day and a hearty welcome to the program. You is where you are managing director as well.
Okay, thank you so much. So Zimri Holdings is well represented. It has got operations in the Southern African bit about the new baby on the market. So as Credshaw Insurance Company, we were incorporated in 1965, and this year marks our 61st first, anniversary, or 61 years in the game of insurance. Initially, when the company was formed, the mandate was very clear, which was to support trade by way of providing trade credit insurance, particularly or with particular focus on exporters. And to date, we have played our part in ensuring economic growth and promoting trade within the country, across the region, across the continents, and right across the world. In addition to the trade credit insurance that we do, we also do bonds and guarantees, which are critical instruments that are used to ensure that parties to a contract, they fulfill their obligations. In the event that they default, we then come in and stand in the gap. So our instruments have been critical and also assisted in several infrastructural projects, several commercial transactions, just to name a few. I can now probably move on to the new baby on the market, which we are calling the secure build. So this is what we've modified, where we've modified uh, our usual advance payment guarantee, and we are coming in to particularly help those who are in the diaspora. So you realize that a lot of people buying a property is a dream, and it comes with a huge investment. What they then do when they send money back home, in most cases, they send to relatives or people of interest. And what we've seen in several cases, they will be disappointed. Why? Because the funds are then misused or misdirected. In this case, we are coming in to de-risk the transactions, and we've partnered with several contractors. So what we'll then actually do is when someone who's in the diaspora is sending money back home, it gets into a jointly managed account. What that means is before a contractor can access the funds, we have to also authorize and approve. So this actually ensures that the intended project comes to life, or the funds are actually used for their intended purpose. So look, we are very much excited to play a part in ensuring that those who are in the diaspora, they can get their investments being done safely and in a secure environment back home.
And it's quite interesting and very valuable information there for those in the diaspora. And now I'm sure you can highlight this to your relatives in the diaspora. And in conclusion, let's talk about you partnering ZPGA this time around, and how important is your participation at the Zim Open this time around.
Okay, thank you so much. So we've been a consistent partner for this event, and we are more than excited to have also been part of this prestigious event in this year's edition. So look, sport plays a critical role in our economy. You can see by the number of people who are here at Royal Harare Golf Club, it unites a lot of people, and we are happy to play our part in promoting the sport and also helping the communities that we interact with just to come to life. And what we have seen is that we've seen a lot of people
The managing director for Credshaw, will be dishing out information with his there. So come forward, enjoy the game. Beautiful sunshine day and beautiful golf being played this time around. Let's take you back for live commentary, and we'll be back with more interviews right here from the pavilion of the Royal Harare Golf Club.
Thank you very much. Uh, Wise words from our sponsors or partners, as others call them. We now back to the live action on number 18. the defending champion, Louis Carrera, and his playing partner coming to the end of their rounds. He's playing with Brandon Peters from South Africa. Louis Carrera won it last year, is from Mexico, came back to defend, but didn't have the kind of tournament that he expected. Playing right behind them would be Otto van Binder and Travis Proctor, both from South Africa. Just on the scoring updates, our young Zimbabweans, Darlington Chikanyambidze and Michael Wallace, not doing as well as expected, getting unstuck on the course. They are now on 2 over par. But Robson Chinoi having an up and down round, but still holding on. He started at 4 under, dropped a shot through 11, only one shot, so he's now on 3 under through 11 holes. The leading Zimbabwean, playing in the 4th group from last, teed off at 11-11. That's Kieran Vincent, who was on 9 under. The last group, the leaders are teeing off right about now. That's Kyle Becker from South Africa and Altin van der Merwe from South Africa as well. Altin is leading the tournament at 17 under, followed by Kyle Becker on 13 under, and also Austin Batista from Australia, last year's runner-up, who's also on 13 under. The roles getting reversed there. Last year's winner playing well ahead of his runner-up. There are no guarantees. There's no. You hear of players saying they've got favorite courses, but the facts seem not to prove that, Rhoda. What's your take on that?
You see, this is the interesting thing about golf. What a lot of people should realize is that golf, it's you, the club, the ball. It's different from a sport like football, where 11 guys have to coordinate and help each other. Golf on another level is different. Golf is a mental game, and yes, it was very interesting. You are talking about Austin Batista. He's teed off, is in the second last group, and you've got the defending champion just finished or almost finishing. So anything is possible in this game, and I want to believe that all these guys, wherever they're playing in the world, they're always preparing for the next event. So a lot of things go into preparation. It's not just the mental side. It's also what are you eating? How much of exercise are you getting in? How much of the practice are you putting in? So there's a lot that goes into this sport called golf for our professionals. And when you lack one, or if you don't put enough percentage into any of these areas, so that because every area complements each other. So if you don't put a lot of work in one area, you lack on one side, you'll be unbalanced. So another thing I would like to point out is golf is changing year by year. This is why you can have someone who won, not doing so well this time, and I want to also believe that there's a younger generation that's taking up the game of golf. Even if we go as far back as the times that Tiger Woods play, look at how Rory McIlroy is doing. How many years do you think it has taken Rory to be where he is today? So a lot happens. They're putting in the work, they're putting in the hours, and anything will happen. I'll keep saying that today's winner, it can be anybody that we might not even think of or expect to take the trophy. But I'm still defending our locals, especially looking at Kieran Vincent, hoping he will do something amazing for us as Zimbabwe.
Ladies and gentlemen, preparing to make his final putt without the hat. That is our defending champion from Mexico, Luis Carrera. Found the going a bit tough this year. Currently on 2 over par. Perhaps maybe if he makes one last birdie, unfortunately the putt stays out, so he should be able to tap in. Finishes the tournament at 2 over par. His playing partner also has another putt for birdie. Not the easiest putt, as we have all noticed from where it's coming from. Once it goes past the wall, the ball can easily trickle off the green. So it starts off as an uphill putt with a lot of break from his left to his right, and then it goes downhill as it gets close to the wall. That's
Very aggressive there. He went for it.
That's the speed that we were talking about. Still has a bit of work left, unfortunately, because Lewis has already finished. He will not have time to regroup. Even after having seen how the ball behaves going past the wall, still need to go through the routine of confirming your line. And making sure that you go through all the usual processes, settling down, one look at the whole practice swings and so forth, and then when he's ready, lets the ball go. Lovely comebacker. I'm sure he will be back next year. So for all of the players, even those who are finishing over par, the course is not playing so easy. 2 over is nothing really to be ashamed of after 4 rounds. As we said earlier on, the leader is on 17 under, but that's after a brilliant 8 under 64 yesterday. So there ends Luis Carrera's defense of the Zim Open title he had from last year. Hopefully we'll be able to see more of him in future. Well, last year I believe after winning the Zim Open, he immediately went and won the Kit Kat Challenge in South Africa, the tournament that Kiren had won the year before. And you were saying in the year before, Niels Kit Kat, after winning in Zimbabwe, went and played well as well. Would we say, is it just a coincidence, or perhaps playing well in Zimbabwe would then set you up to play well wherever you go after Zimbabwe?
Yeah, you know what happens is in any sport, winning a major event or an event of this magnitude, it's preparation. It changes your mindset. It makes you look at the next event where you say to yourself, if I did it here, it means I can do it wherever I go. So already it means, according to someone's mindset, there's already that positive aspect of their game, to say, I fixed everything, I played 4 rounds, I took away the trophy, and so nothing is impossible. It's almost like something that, anything that you participate in or anything that is competitive, you think it's impossible until you win. So once you have that win, it motivates you or launches you into a place where you see that nothing is impossible. This is why these guys always have good results. You win here, you win next. We can see our leading local pro there, Kieran Vincent. Pascal.
Yes, Kieran playing with Warwick Patches. That's Warwick. That finish we were talking about. You call it the helicopter finish, isn't it? Kieran going with less than driver there. That looks like a 2-iron. And taking your recommendation that we start playing for position on number 1.
Today it's about placement, Pascal. Nothing else. You have to place the ball in the right place so you can have a good approach to the flag. Placement is important today.
Kieran, a 2-time winner on the Sunshine Tour, but has played with some of the best players in the world. People like John Ram, who has won the Masters, who's playing on the Live Golf. So even though he's still young, he's had a lot of experience globally. Has also played on, the Asian Tour and in all sorts of places, but always remembering to come home and support the local event.
Yeah, he also is a former PGA Tour. He played in the PGA Tour in Canada, as well as Live Golf. So a lot of experience that Kieran has. This is why I believe that even having a huge gallery watching him today is not something that can put him under pressure because of the exposure and the experience, that he has had, playing overseas. So it will be good to see how he plays his final round today. And let's come out and let's support our local pros.
There you have it. Experience, one of the things that you really can't buy. You have to go through the process, through the trials and tribulation. It's not just a passage of time. But all hope is not lost with our young, inexperienced pros, Darlington Chikanyambidze and Michael Wallace finding the going a bit tough today. Hopefully they will have learnt a few things and add that to what they already know and their considerable talents and work ethics. They should be able to continue on an upward trajectory.
I would really like to commend these young golfers. If you look at Darlington and Michael, they've just come into this big tournament. And the fact that they made it into the last 63, that alone says something about their future. So we really need to appreciate them. This is part of experience. So even no matter where they will be placed after the 18 holes today, after the final round, what is important is that this is their first time coming into such an event of, such magnitude. It's their first time they've gotten in there. They've made it into the top 63. It wasn't easy, and we really need to acknowledge them for the work that has been put in.
I couldn't agree with you more. When people talk about making the cut, most people, I, in my own opinion, don't realize that, unlike, most examinations, even at school, where you say perhaps 50% is the pass mark. In golf, unfortunately, for you to be able to earn a cent on most tournaments like these ones, which are not a limited field, you have to have beaten more than half of the field in the first 2 days. In our particular case, the tournament started on Thursday with 144 competitors. Only the top 60 and ties after 2 rounds made it to the weekend. So that means our 5 local professionals were among the 63 because we had 4 people tied on number 60. So even though the weekend proved to be a huge challenge for Darlington and Michael, the fact that after 2 rounds they beat more than half the field itself is commendable. But of course, when we are just talking outside of tournaments, when somebody said they failed to meet a cut by the shot, you would assume they didn't play so well without realizing that even those sometimes who beat half the field can miss the cut because you need to have beaten more than half the field after 2 rounds. So I can't think of any other sport that is so punitive. Do you think there's another sport where you can go to work for 2 days, still beat the half the field and come away with absolutely nothing?
And don't forget, Pascal, that this is 4 days of golf. Can you imagine what goes on in the mind in those 4 days? You've got 144 players on Thursday, Friday. You're trying to beat. Can you imagine even the amount of focus, the amount of attention? What can I put it? The amount of focus, the amount of composure that one needs to have to be able to make it into 63. So I think why I'm talking about this is because we need to make people realize that these 5 people, these 5 local pros, have done an amazing job. Despite where they will finish after today's round, we need to appreciate them. We need to acknowledge them because there's a lot of work that has gone in for them to be able to be in the top 63. That one I would love to shout out loud and say let's support. Let's not look at where they will finish after 18 holes today, but the fact that they made it into the top 63, they've done it. They've done the country proud. They've raised the flag for Zimbabwe.
Of course, going back into history, I believe golf is a sport that has given Zimbabwe its only #1 player in the world, except of course maybe in cricket we have had some other players being ranked #1 batsman or all-rounder. But in the 90s, Nick Price from Zimbabwe was world #1 for quite a while, I think in 92, 93. So there are millions of golfers, and you've got thousands of them and hundreds. Like in the PGA Tour, you've got well over 300 people who have concurrent class. For us to then get a Zimbabwean being ranked as the best golfer in the world is difficult. Also, to put it into perspective, the South Africans, the reason why they dominate is mainly sheer numbers. They are also a very good golfing nation, and they've got a lot of these events, the Sunshine Tour events happening in South Africa. They even have bigger events that are co-sanctioned with the second largest tour in the world, that is your DP World Tour, what used to be the European Tour. So South Africa is ahead of us in terms of golf, even in the amateur rankings. But if we continue doing what we are doing and teaching and producing young talent, who knows, in the not so distant future, we could turn the tables on them. Another look at the interesting #9 pin. As you notice, sometimes you can play safe, but you just make the next shot a bit more challenging and difficult, isn't it?
You can see that most of the pros today are going on the right side. They're keeping it safe, but it then gives them a long putt now to get to the green. That's a lovely putt. Oh, and just missed it on the left there.
Yeah, I think that putt is not easy to read, because ordinarily, if they get the read right, they are usually very good at getting the ball into the hole.
Because I believe that you can have the correct line, but it's also the pace. How soft am I hitting this ball? How hard am I hitting this ball? That's another thing. Besides just reading, because some of them are leaving them short. It only means his ball is online, but he wasn't able to judge how much weight he can put on that putt so that the drop ball's in. That's another critical issue that I've seen today.
Yes, others call it the marriage of pace and line. So technically you don't have one line, depending on how hard you want to hit the ball, except for the very straight parts, which are rare
Yes.
on royal greens. The most of the parts have some sort of break, so depending on how hard you want to hit it, your line actually changes. Interesting situation there. For our viewers, what has happened now is because the player has hit it, this is on number 18, he has hit it to the right behind the hospitality tents. What then happens is he gets that's line of sight relief, isn't? Because those are temporary immovable obstructions. So even though you have hit it sideways, so to speak, you are allowed to at least have a drop your ball at a position where those movable obstructions don't. Yeah.
This is hole number 18.
Yes, this is number 18, and I think he's missed it to. Well, he's missed it to the right of the fairway there. It's going to be interesting how he makes from there, because the wall is cut to the right as well. Again, the player getting out, getting the rangefinder out. Technology being used in golf to improve play. I think the logic there was that instead of waiting for caddies and players to physically pace out, they will still get the distance. So maybe allow them to use rangefinders, distance measuring devices, so that at least we can keep the play moving.
Because under normal circumstances, they don't usually use these for professionals, do they?
Yes, let's see where this ends up. Nice work from our ZBC TV camera people there. It looks like he has decided to bail out to the left. Interesting up and down, given that mound there, barely on the green. And unfortunately today the pin is at the back right portion of the green.
That's a very interesting putt, very long putt, considering where the pin is placed today, and is right in the front there.
He might not have a putt. Actually, let's see what he does there. He could end up, taking a lofted wedge and executing a pitch shot. I'm sure somewhere our greenkeeper Fabian Chikwaya is hoping that this player won't do damage to his green, because as you can see, the shiny part close to the bunker, the edge of the bunker will push the ball from his right to the left, and there may not be enough room there for him to be able to do that. But I think he's going with putter. As you can see, he's now going with going through that aim point routine, where you straddle the thinking is you straddle what you think your putting line is, and then you try to get a feel of how the slopes with your feet, anything to save strokes. But do you really think some of these newer ways of doing things give an advantage, or it's just psychological that there are trends that other started, and everyone is now following.
To be honest, when I look at the rules have changed, a lot in golf. And let's just have a look at that putt. Wow, it's a very good putt from there. That was a long putt, a good approach. A lot of rules have changed in golf, and I'm one who still believes in the traditional rules. I believe my own personal assessment is the new rules have made the game probably a bit easier. But when it comes to reading lines on the green, you can read lines using different tactics. But obviously, when something new is introduced, the mind automatically, sets itself to this new thing that has been brought in. Because you can still see, I remember we were watching our leader yesterday on hole number 17. He was lying on the green, taking a read. He wasn't pacing using this technique. He was literally lying flat, reading the lines twice yesterday on hole number 17. Beautiful putt there
Yeah,
on
lovely
the last
birdie
hole.
there.
So at the end of the day, what they're trying to achieve is which way is the ball going to turn? Is it right to left, left to right? Which way is the green, the grass running? So he was on the ground twice, making sure, and for sure on hole number 17 he did make that putt, reading the line, lying down flat on the putting green.
So perhaps should he go to win the tournaments, this tournament, can we then expect some of our younger players to be rolling all over the greens in the next week as they read their 2 feet
I'm
putts?
worried to say after lying flat, what is the next thing that people will be doing to read lines? Looking at all these new technologies.
Yeah.
That's a shot there on hole number 9, coming from is it the my right, trying to go for the
Yes.
flag there. So he's just left it within good range to be able to slot a putt.
The younger golfers we were talking about coming to watch and learn a few things.
Oh, beautiful shot there. I think the approach that they can take to hole number 9 is to play up. Like I said, if they want to go for birdies on this hole, you are going to, it's not easy, but you want to try and putt uphill if you are to have a chance to make birdie on hole number 9 today. Playing it from the sides, putting downhill might be proved to be a bit of a challenge, but I think an uphill putt makes more sense today in this last round, looking at where the pin is placed.
The leaders are on the course, and it looks like Altin van der Merwe is taking off from where he left yesterday. He's just made a birdie on number 1. The lead is now 5 shots with 17 holes to play. Austin Batista, after playing ahead of him, still on 13 under. Kyle Becker made par on number 1, still on 13 under. So everyone has had at least a swing on Royal Harare. Everyone has played at least a hole, but just towards the bottom for our leaderboard there, Robson coming unstuck. He had been 3 under in the middle of the back 9. He seems to be, he has dropped a couple of shots, so he's now on 1 over. It looks like Visitor Mapwanya's 1 under finish is increasingly looking like it was a very valiant effort, Rhoda.
100%. Finishing -1, he's in the reds. He played very well. He was consistent, from start to finish, and that's what professionals do. So I would really like to commend him for the work that he has put in over the 4 days. He did a great job, and you can expect that after this one, it's good preparation for the next event that's coming through in Zambia. So he did a great job today.
Still a lot of shots between our players and the last player, meaning Merrick Branner, who started out first. and is on 10 under. Another scoring update. So, yeah, Kieran Vincent also picking up a birdie. But in the meantime, Valentine, I believe you've got Dr. Garwe on standby.
We are enjoying the great strokes of the fairway, the driving that is happening on the fairway, as well as that is the parting on the greens, while of course avoiding the treacherous bunkers that are here at Royal Rare. It's the Zim Open 2026, and joining me right now is one of the sponsors, that is of course Tongat Hulet, and representing them today is Dr. Dalia Gare, who is the head corporate and industrial affairs. Good to have you on the show. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and it's lovely to be here.
It's good to see you back again. So excited. And of course, for the benefit of our viewers, maybe you can start by telling us who Tongat Hulet is.
So, Tonga Tulet Zimbabwe is part of the Tonga Tulet Group in South Africa. We've got two main operations, one at Hippo Valley Estates and another one at Triangle. And of course, we do have subsidiaries that are also operating. Our role is to produce sugar for the nation, so sweetness to the people. And it's something that we do very well. But besides the sugar, we're also producing ethanol, and we also have molasses, which is also for the livestock producers.
Indeed, amazing. And you're participating at the Zim Open again this year. Tell us more with how you've continued to support that is Zim Open. I understand since inception of the Zim Open.
That is correct. It's something that we totally believe in. We're part of the corporates in this country, and we are looking forward to continuing to support Zim Opening going forward. In fact, our former CEO, Aiden Mere, was one of the founding members for Zim Open. So for us, it's something exciting. It's lovely to be here, and it's wonderful to interact with all these professional golfers that we find here.
And of course, I heard from rumors, I don't know, you have to confirm for us, that there's something exciting that you're preparing as well as you celebrate, I understand. Is it 70 years?
Oh, yes, we are absolutely delighted, and I'm happy to share this with you. Hippo Valley Estates, which is one of our main operations, is celebrating its 70th anniversary. They were born in 1956, and here we are in 2026, and they're turning 70. So in order to really observe this really fantastic achievement, we have a number of events that we have put together. The very first one, at least the main one, will be the half marathon that we have planned for next weekend on Saturday, and we expect, I think we've got over 2,500 entries. So you can imagine how exciting it's all going to be. And everybody, our executives, our chairman, everybody is going to be there, and our CEO will be seeing people off, and everybody is participating. So it's really something exciting, and I'm sure that some other people that may not have entered still have an opportunity to do so. So please do get in touch with us if you're still interested in participating in the Hewlett's Sweet Run. But in addition to that, we also have other activities that we have planned. At the end of the month, we've got one of the biggest singers in Zimbabwe, that's Alec Macheso. He'll be joining us at Chishamiso Stadium, and there'll be lots and lots of fun, and everybody will be enjoying themselves. And another big event that people can look forward to is between the 25th and the 28th, we've got a Pro-Am golf tournament. So that's something else also to look forward to. But in between things like tug of war, athletics, we've got soccer matches, and all sorts of exciting things like that. So something to really, really look forward to.
Dr. Dalia Gare, I must thank you very much. Exciting times lie ahead indeed, and we thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So there you have it, sweetness to the people, and that's what they are giving them as well as Tongat Hulet, as we were talking there to Dr. Dalia Gare, who is head corporate and industrial affairs with Tongat Hulet. Certainly hope you did enjoy our chat. Let's take you back to the fairway.
Welcome back to our live feed on number 18. We are expecting very soon a distinguished gentleman, a golfer of note who participated in the Zim Open tournament but didn't make it past the first 2 rounds. Perhaps maybe he was too distracted. He's also the director of golf at Royal Harare and national team coach. So in a few minutes, we hope that he will grace us with his presence. Josh, come in. Josh, come in. Josh, come in. Another look at the pros approaching number 18. Taking all the necessary calculations with the with that yardage book, and then using a distance measuring device, those laser things, to make sure that they know exactly how far they are. Wonderful shot.
Yeah.
How much of that, Rhoda, is based on the proper placement of the shot? As you can see, because he was to our right, to the left of the fairway, it becomes an easier approach there. Do you think perhaps maybe everyone should really be leaving their tee shots to the left of the fairway to get an easier approach on number 18?
Okay, so that approach shot, where you place your driver, is very important, and you are placing it in a position that makes it easy for you to approach the green. So what is happening today is that every time that our professionals are teeing off, today it's really not about grid, it's not about distance to say I really want to pump the ball. It's about where can I place the ball so that I have an easy approach onto the green. So placement definitely plays a huge role in this instance.
So it's all about position play there on number 18. But also, I think sometimes there's also a bit of skill that is required. We're seeing another player coming way to the right there.
Yes, because what happens is this particular hole, number 18, why you want to be on the left when you drive, you want to take out the bunkers that are on the right. So anything to do with those bunkers, they are not in sight, they are not in view when it comes to your approach shot. So you need to pick a side that makes it easy and takes all the trouble out of the way, so that you are on the green. And like I said, today it's a hole where birdies can be attempted. Hole number 18, birdie hole today. All things are possible on this hole, so approach is important. Pascal.
As I had mentioned earlier on, the distinguished gentleman is here. What I will do is, I think Roger is better placed to make that introduction, because you literally grew up together at Wingate. So I'll take a bit of a break and leave brother and sister in charge of you. So over to you, Rhoda.
Thank you so much. In the studio, we have been joined by a national coach, professional golfer, and someone who has done well in terms of giving back working a lot with the junior golfers and putting, whenever you see junior golfers playing out, representing Zimbabwe, and they're finishing in the top numbers, there's a young gentleman, who's put in all his time, all his effort, all his experience. And I would like to introduce to you all, I'm privileged to introduce my young brother, Simon Morungweni. Welcome, Simon. It's a pleasure to have you here. And yeah, we're just talking about today's tournament, but I would like you to just say a few things with regards the tournament, day one. I know you also participated. You belong to this golf club. You know all the secrets based on the the golf course that people are playing on. Just give us a rundown of day one, pre-Q, day one, up until today. Over to you, Simon.
Uh, Hi, Rhoda. Thank you very much for the introduction. Rhoda is very kind. She's also doing some wonders across the border. And I'm sure, like what Pascal has said, we grew up together at Wingate under the tutorship of her dad, Mr. Mrizo. Big up to him. And, what we are seeing today, or what we have been seeing during this FBC Zim Open, is some incredible golf. Just going back to what you've said, on day one, day two, and day three, today is final day. So I was just chatting with colleagues, and the feeling that I'm getting is, or feedback, is the Royal Harare Golf Club has got two courses. The first course, or the course that we know best, is the Royal Harare Golf Club. And then we do have the second course, which is the FBC Zimbabwe Open Royal Harare Golf Club. That course is totally different. The setup, the layout, and the speed of the greens, it just comes with everything that international players wants to see. So just want to give credit to all the sponsors, including Royal Harare itself, the host, for giving us such a spectacle in terms of a golf tournament. And the golf industry really, really is enjoying this. We can see the number of crowds. So day one, we saw some good scores, and the course was still adjusting to the international, or let's call it Sunshine Tour spec for an Open Championship. And as you saw, day two as well, we received a bit of some rains in the evening, which made day three, should I say, a little bit receptive on the greens because they were a bit softer. And I think the lowest scores were there for individual rounds. But it's quite exciting to see our own Zimbabweans, raising the flag high on such an international event on that leaderboard. It's always every Zimbabwean's dream to see one day, maybe it's today, I'll see how the leaderboard is looking, to see an FBC Zimbabwe Open champion being a Zimbabwean again. So, thank you, Rhoda, and we're really, really enjoying being here at the FBC Zimbabwe Open at Royal Harare Golf Club. And I see yesterday, just a rundown on yesterday, we saw that amongst the Zimbabweans, we had Kieran Vincent shooting the lowest score, and Robson Chinoi also was up there, Michael Wallace, Darlington Chikanyambidze, and Visitor. Those are our Zimbas who are raising the flag high. So, Alton, the final round leader, as we are approaching, I think they are now approaching the fourth hole. This is three holes. We do have Alton on -1. He has extended his lead to -18, and being followed by Austin Bautista. Austin, the interesting thing, he was in the running last year together with Louis Carrera, Rhoda. And I think this year he also came prepared, and you can see he's chasing the leader there. I think they're playing together. They're all -1. I think it's going to be an interesting showdown. And we've got Kyle Becker, an experienced Sunshine Tour player, on -14 as well, tied for second with Austin. And Andres van der Merwe on -13, I think with the lowest round so far, with -5 after 8 holes. So this is quite interesting. And yeah, it's an interesting layout today. We are up for some exciting times. Come join us. Come walk the fairways with us at the FPC Zimbabwe Open 2026. Rhoda.
Um, okay, thank you so much for that rundown. Now, today being the last day, I mean, with Pascal, we were looking at the pin placements. We've had the pleasure of seeing hole number 9. I mean, the flag is right in front there, and then you look at hole number 18, which is right at the back. And the putts have not been dropping. Even the short putts, would it be true to say that today's scoring, I mean, we had the rains on Friday, which made it a bit easier. The balls were stopping yesterday. What's your take in for today being the last round? What is happening out there on the greens today, Simon?
It's nice and shiny, nice and sunny today. As you can see, the pin placing on number 9 is quite tricky. I think the tournament director loves this pin placing on the final round. It's quite a tough pin placing. The greens definitely, they're much quicker, and I know that pin placing quite a lot, and the line there, whether you're coming from the left or right, it's quite tricky. You really have to hit it to the number. And why it's so difficult is that if you try to go for the flag, just one bounce or 1 foot short, that ball can spin back and rolls back to the fairway, and that up and down is very tough. And if you overshoot to the center of the green, that putt coming down, wow, it's lightning fast. So I've also seen the pin placing on number 18. Wow. I think today's setup looks like the guys are saying, we want you guys to show us that this is how to manage a tough layout on the course. So you can see the guys who are trying to be heroes, they're getting punished, by by the tournament director and his team for setting up the course. So yeah, you just have to be a little bit conservative when you're getting into the final round, especially with such tough pin placing. Oh, that's a great shot there on the 18th. I think one of the best shots I've seen so far. He set himself nicely for a birdie. It's a little bit of a downhill, and I think the ball moves a little bit from the left, but all now depends with the pace. Oh, that's a brilliant approach, as you can see.
That's hole number 9.
Hole number 9. I'm not too sure if that ball spun back, but he just pitched just short of the green.
Because when we were looking at hole number 9, we said in order for our pros to get a better chance there, looking at where the pin is placed, they just need to be slightly on the green. It's actually easier to make birdie when you're going uphill. But I think most of the guys have been playing it safe and landing the ball on the left-hand side. We said that today on the putting greens, you're correct that you're looking for the safer side. Attacking the flag today, it's a risk you're taking. But again, this is the exciting part of the game. This is why we are all out here to see the experience, from all these professionals. Again, looking at hole number 18, I believe looking at where the flag is placed, it's one hole where most of these guys can actually attempt to make a birdie because they've been given enough room. But at the end of the day, it is where you place your ball. Definitely on the left side. So driving today on the left so that you take the bunkers out of play and you'll have a better approach, to the flag. Just looking at the scores now, we've got Kieran Vincent. He's now on minus 11. This is after playing hole number 5, and meaning that Kieran is 7 shots behind. I mentioned to Pascal today that anything is possible. There were predictions that I made over Kieran on the last 3, and 2 of them happened. And the last one, I had said a birdie, and he made par. So I had a chat with Kieran, and I said, Kieran, this is what I said, and you managed to get 2 out of 3 on my predictions, but definitely all the best for today. And I strongly believe that with the experience and the exposure that Kieran has, it's not over. Something can happen today for Zimbabwe, being our last round. I don't know, what's your take on minus 18 leading? Can we say this is it, or we can expect something different today, being the last round?
Oh yeah, you're quite right there, Rhoda. In the final round, it's all about holding your nerve, and that experience that you've just talked about Kiran, plays a big role as we watch the ball get in the hole. Oh, just short. Okay. Yeah, Kiran has got a lot of experience, and I had the pleasure of watching him play from the junior golfer, amateur golfer, and now as a professional golfer. He's quite a young, talented golfer, and as you can see, he normally starts late, and his final rounds are always on point. So there's still a lot of golf to be played. Yes, the leader is on minus 18, and you can see 4 shots ahead, and we can say 7 shots ahead of our highest placed Zimbabwean. There's still a lot of golf. They've got another 15 holes to play. Those are the leaders, and it's now a question of who's going to hold their nerve. Alton, an experienced young man. I think this is his second or third as a professional, third year, and I think he would want to see this one off and see it through until he hoists that trophy. But there are quite a few players who are chasing him. You can see that minus 5 from Andres, and after 8 holes, and I also see Cole Stevens on minus 6 after 12 holes. So guys are really going for it today because they're saying, we have a chance. If we put a low score in the clubhouse, those guys behind have to chase it. But the good thing about the leader is that he opened quite a big gap. So he's got a bit of room to be, comfortable. But like we said, it's not over yet. It's not over. That a round of golf just takes a couple of holes and somebody catches up. So yeah. So as we witness, it looks like a par putt. Oh, a good save right there. And we hand you over to Valentine Mabugu. We for this FBC Zim Open to take place, they have got sponsors, as you can see on the billboards. So Valentine Mabugu from Varicam. So we hand you over to one of our sponsors to just give you a bit of a rundown.
Indeed, it is the FPC Zim Open 2026, and Zim Open turns 42 years this year, inaugurated in 1984. That's when the first event did take place, and the host this time around, it is Royal Harare Golf Club. That's where we are, and at the pavilion right now, I'm joined by Tsitsi Chingoka, the marketing manager for Varicam. It's a very good day, Tsitsi, and a hearty welcome to the program.
Very good day to you too, Bevan. Thank you for having us.
Indeed, let's start by finding out who Varicam Limited is for the benefit of our viewers.
Well, thank you for that. Strangely, we're slightly younger than the tournament. Our company just turned 40 years of pharmaceutical excellence in the last year that we're coming from. So we're very much proud of being a part of this amazing tournament. Maybe just a bit background about what Varicam is and who we are. We are a group of pharmaceutical and personal care companies. We have a holdings company, which is Varicam Limited, and then we also have a pharmaceutical wing, which is called Varicam Pharmaceuticals. Most people are very familiar with this because most of our brands, you see them in supermarkets, in pharmacies. Varicam Pharmaceuticals is the one that turned 40 years this year. We also have National Generics, which trades as Greenwood wholesalers and pharmacies. So Greenwood wholesalers and pharmacies, the wholesaler division has 3 branches, which are in Harare, Bulawayo, and Masvingo. The retail sector, which are the pharmacies that people are popular known in the industry. We currently are standing at 16 branches. The most recent one opened in Borodale, and we're very much happy about that. Then we have Procam. Procam manufactures personal care brands. I know lots of people are familiar with the Elegance brand. That is us. So I think, in a nutshell, that's who Varicam is. Thank you.
Indeed, you're participating at the Zim Open this time around. Tell us about your partnership as well and the interest that made you be part of this amazing tournament, which is an international tournament, by the way.
Thank you for that. So, Varicam is a wholly Zimbabwean owned company. We take pride in that. We take pride in everything that is Zimbabwean, especially sports activities that bring tourism to our country. So, I think that was the main highlight of the reason why we're participating today, this week. And apart from that, we also want to encourage everybody across the world to know that Zimbabwe is safe. Zimbabwe is a beautiful country with beautiful people, and we're open for business, and even for you to come and see all the beautiful things that we have in the country. So I think for Varicam, this has been a huge milestone for us. And apart from the sporting tourism, we also want the youth in our country to realize that there's so much more that they can give towards their country. There's sporting activities, there's so many facets of the industry that people can just take part in. So that's what we're rooting for, and just being able to take part in a development program that is helping our country as a whole.
Amazing stuff that you're doing as Varicam Limited. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Bevan. Thank you for having me.
Indeed, we've been talking there to Tsitsi Shingoka, the marketing head for Varicam Limited, and so many products that they offer, and they are here at the Zim Open Golf for the first time, and so far they are impressed. I certainly hope you're also impressed with what is taking place and what you're watching from home. You still have time to come through and enjoy the fun from Royal Rare Golf Club, and of course, let's take you back to the fairways as well as the greens for some more amazing golf.
The young man doing amazing things. This is his first event. He made the cut. And, I say to a lot of people, whatever the outcome will be, the fact that he made it into the 63,
Oh,
acknowledge
yes.
the young man, appreciate him. It's a lot of work. Maybe you can let people know that, you've got the experience, Simon. You've been playing golf for so many years.
Yeah.
20 years old. He made it into the cut. Share with the audience, share with the viewers. Let them know what this young man has really done.
Wow, Darlington Chikanyambi's story quite interesting and inspiring, inspiring for many. He is such a confident young man. The way he carries himself, and for him to be in the final 63 of the FBC Zimbabwe Open 2026, it's a great achievement. For a freshman slash rookie, and with all that crowd that has been following him since day one in yesterday, certainly the future looks bright. And Darlington grew up here. That's where he started his golf here at Royal Harare Golf Club. And you can see just waving to the fans, and you can see throwing the ball to his fans. It's a great story, ever smiling, just like I said. You won't see if he's having a bad day, which is a good thing. You can see that probably reflecting on, oh, wow, what a 72-hole tournament I've just had. And also playing with an experienced Dylan Mossad. I think Darlington story, back to what you've said, he grew up here. His parents, they serve also the club here. So when you talk of grassroots, the story of Darlington needs to be really spoken about, and inspire those people and the young men and women, or boys and girls, who thinks that there is no hope. And when you talk of inclusivity, Darlington's story is quite inspiring, and he's confident. Just to give you a bit of history, 2024, we went to the World Amateur Championships in Singapore. I think he's the only player to ever had two hole-in-ones in the same tournament. Yeah, yeah, and his achievement was recognized by the organizers, IGF and RNA.
If I can just come in there, you said he had two hole-in-ones
Yeah, two
in one
hole-in-ones
in
in
one
one tournament.
in one tournament.
Yeah.
Maybe for the viewers that are watching, just to explain what a hole-in-one is, and when someone has two in one tournament, I've never heard of that. It's my first time hearing this. Maybe just
It-
for you to
it-
explain what a hole-in-one is.
So a hole-in-one in most cases you're just saying from the tee box straight into the hole.
Wow.
In most cases it happens on a par 3
Right.
because it's quite reachable for one,
Okay.
and rare occasions it happens on a par 4 which is drivable.
Right.
So he did this achievement um, in at Tenamera Golf Club in Singapore, in a foreign land, and yeah, everyone was quite impressed, and I'm sure if they are watching, I believe they are, and some are already sending the comments to say,
Wow.
yeah, we saw this young man in Singapore.
Mhm.
It's quite impressive to see him at this level now.
Yes.
Surely his future looks very bright.
So they bear witness
Yes.
after. I mean, wow, two
Hole-in-ones.
two
Yeah.
hole-in-ones.
Yeah.
And I believe Shepherd Chiwaya also had a hole-in-one. Was this on Friday?
yes.
Here in the FBC Zim Open, hole number 5.
Yes, he had a hole-in-one on hole number 5 at the FPC. I think he said, listening to his interview, he said that it's his first at Royal, but he has had a couple in his golfing career.
Wow.
Shepherd Chiwaya, all the way from Wingate again.
Really?
So it's impressive.
Wow.
And we're just chatting off after his round. Say, "Hey, I wish there was a car," because the wife was also there watching. I could see the guys celebrating. So yeah, so this is what you get at the FPC Zimbabwe Open 2026. Come join us for the final round here at Royal Harare Golf Club. As we is now watching hole number 18. Who do we have approaching the green there, Rhoda?
Hole number 18, that's Rupert Kaminski from South Africa and Christian Burke. Yes, both from South Africa approaching the final hole.
Oh yes, you know the interesting thing and the good thing about having such events as a country, especially on the tourism and sport, is that we get to see some of the world's best.
Yes.
You know, if you now look at the PGA, DP World, and all other international tours, when you see an African flag, in most cases they've stepped their foot
Yes.
at this golf course or in this country playing the FBC Zimbabwe Open. This is what this tournament does. It creates the next generation of elite athletes, elite professionals. So this, we just say thank you to the sponsors for bringing us this home and having a world-class event which the whole world is watching, and we showcasing what we have as Zimbabwe. And one of the assets that we have is beautiful golf courses, Rhoda.
Very true. I was even saying to Pascal that today, these 4 days, we are watching history, which is the past, the present, and the future. We've got a couple of guys who won the tournaments, who are playing in this event. We have someone who will take the trophy today, that's the present, and we've got our future winners. What a privilege, to be part of this. We watch golf, the PGA, Live Golf. We're watching this on TV, but this time, this year, it's our time in Zimbabwe to be able to bear witness, and watch some amazing golf being played here in Zimbabwe at Royal Harare Golf Club in the FBC Zimbabwe Open. I think we take a look. Is that Darlington again?
Yes, again.
They are giving us a recap of his approach shot on hole number 18. That was a good approach shot there.
100%. It was pretty good. And like you said, the guys are leaving the golf balls on the right, so that they got on the left side of the fairway, so that they've got a nice view of the flag, and just leaving it short there to have a comfortable tap-in par putt to finish his round.
And I think today, looking at this is the last day, and every shot counts. Decisions are very important today, and I want to believe that from our leaders and the rest of the group that is still on the golf course, they're not going to rush in making decisions today. This is the last day. This is it. We are looking at close to, it's 3 million rands. It's $200,000 that they're playing for. So the last round, I want to believe that they've gone through the routine. All mistakes have been taken out of the equation, and this is it. You know, let's take the risk and make sure I get a good result at the end of the day. Beautiful, lovely experience. Good memories are being created here in the FBC Zim Open at Royal Harare.
Yes, great memories, making friends, new connections, and the camaraderie that I've seen these professionals
Hmm.
showcase. It's quite inspiring. And the number of juniors that I've also witnessed and watched following these role models of theirs,
Mm.
it's quite inspiring for
Mhm.
Zimbabwe golf
Yes.
and the golf industry at large. And just coming to what you've just said about today's game plan, yes, it depends on where you are on the leaderboard.
Yes.
If you're somebody who is sitting at the bottom, I think the game plan today will be like, let me give it all.
Yes.
We'll take quite a few risks because
Mhm. Yes.
I'm already in the cut line. So now how much can I, gain?
Yes.
How many strokes can I gain so that I get closer to the
Yes.
bigger
Yes.
to the bigger check?
Mhm.
So, and also on the other hand, the leaders,
Mhm.
very calculative today.
Yes.
Very calculative.
Extremely.
As you know, this golf course with these elevated greens,
Mhm.
your best misses in most cases is just short of the green. If you go left, right, over, you really need to have a good wedge game,
Yes.
especially with the
Yes.
pin locations that I've seen.
Yes.
I am a member here. I play here most of the time. I've never played in those pin locations before. So remember my visit comment
That's
to say
what you said. Yes, there are two courses.
there are two courses.
So this was a different course. This was a new course for you.
Completely new
Wow.
course, yeah.
Wow.
There
Wow.
is the Royal for the FPC
Yes.
Zimbabwe Open,
Right.
and the
Right.
Royal for members every day.
Right. Right.
The pin location, the speed of the greens. But it's beautiful here, nice and sunny,
Yes.
as we see these guys walking off the golf course. That's Kaminsky and
Kaminsky and Berg finishing,
Mm.
their last round, FBC Zimbabwe Open.
yeah.
Right. Behind Rupert Kaminsky and Christian Berg, we have our two local professionals, Michael Wallace, Robson Chinoi. They're coming right up behind this group, and shortly we'll be able to
To watch them.
have a
So
view and see them finishing off.
yes, you can see that. That's the third shot on number 9. I think that's the best side to miss it.
Yes.
As you mentioned earlier, if you're going to miss it on 9,
Yes.
miss it left.
Left.
You've got more room to navigate,
Yes.
and also chipping or putting uphill.
Mm.
And I think we've seen quite a couple of pros now just leaving their second shots that side there to miss the green.
So these are the leaders. That's Alton van der Merwe and Carl Barker on hole number 9.
Oh wow! You can see. Looks like this is a birdie putt. You need a little bit of experience.
Very interesting angle, Simon. We saw a couple of guys. Most guys are actually going for that side, but it's not an easy putt
Definitely not
from
an
that
easy,
side.
not an easy putt. You're quite right, Rhoda. Is it has a double break initially, but at the end it will definitely break more to the left, to the right.
Okay.
So
Right to left.
generally you would want to favor, I would say, that looks like a 10-foot putt,
Okay.
more like 2 balls to the left. But again, it depends with the speed that he is going to give this putt. Let's have a look. It's an uphill putt, so they will give it a go. There we go. Oh, you can see the stroke. He was not confident. Can you see it finished bottom of the cup?
Yes.
Like I said, it breaks quite a
Yes.
lot
Yes.
on the left side. So you have to be very, very careful. Even his putt now to save par, it's a little bit ticklish, and I would say just outside, just outside left of the hole. It should give him a par. again, yeah, it is very tricky. You saw that.
The
Breaks,
small putts.
yes, it
You
breaks
see
quite.
what's happening with the
Yep,
small putts,
yeah,
and a lot of the pros
yeah.
we saw today, the short putts, are not dropping in.
Yeah, I think it's because of the speed of the greens.
The speed of the
They're
green,
quite
yes.
scared to hit back of the cup because once you misread the line,
Hmm.
if it goes through the break, you're also going to have another ticklish putt on the return.
Can we also say, looking at how the greens, the pace of the greens yesterday and the pace of the greens today is different? So
Yes.
could we say that the mentality from yesterday's pace, the greens were holding, could that be the mentality that they came up with today? Because it seems like a lot of the pros are very aggressive on their putting today. They're going for it,
Yeah, yeah.
you know.
I think because of the rains that we received,
Yes.
you can see that the greens probably not as quick as
Hmm.
they would like them to be.
Right.
So the first parts are quite aggressive,
Right.
as you can see that.
Right.
And I think that can also contribute to the reason why there are a few that are being missed.
Right. Right.
Because when they get to the short ones, they're not being as aggressive,
Mhm.
and then it just breaks on them. So yeah, this is the defense for the course. It looks short, it plays short, but when you go to the greens, you will definitely have to bring your A game and your green reading prowess.
Oh, sorry. So that was Jacques van der Merwe. Sorry, I had said Altin. It's not our leaders. That is Jacques van der Merwe and Benjamin Kedochim from France.
Yes.
Just leaving hole number 9 there, and they're heading on to hole number 10.
Yes, there you have it. That's an array of our sponsors for the FBC and our co-FBC Zimbabwe Open, and partners and associate sponsors who made this tournament possible. As we appreciate them, you can see young juniors there, and the future, the next generation. See there Dominic Sibanda and young Casey Chaveka, and is that Mazita Pitara? Those youngsters, I saw them from day 1 to day 4 now, just following the pros and learning.
They're following the pros, learning and
Yeah.
picking gloves, golf balls, and all sorts of things. And I said, so you can see what this does for these young junior golfers. They are in the same atmosphere with professional golfers that they were probably watching on TV, but they're watching them live. So imagine how encouraging it is. This is why we say on the last day, parents bring the kids out. It's a family day to come and witness, because look at the excitement that the juniors have. They're interacting with the professionals, and I'm so happy to see even all our pros. I remember with Dane Moore on Friday, after he had finished playing, he had a glove in his back pocket, and one of the young boys approached him. I mean, if you look at his hand and you look at the hand of Dane Moore, the glove is very big, but he just wanted that memorabilia, and those satchels are full of golf balls. It means a lot to our junior golfers, and let's bring them out, let them come and support, let them interact. It's a beautiful day here at the FBC Zim Open at Royal Harare. Beautiful weather as well, Simon.
Beautiful weather, FBC, you matter most. You touched on a very important point there, Rhoda. This is what this game does.
Mhm.
This is what this game does. It breaks barriers, it breaks bridges.
Yeah.
When we are on the golf course, we are all golfers. So you can see junior, professional,
Yes.
senior, a lady, and we are all golfers. And quite interesting how the pros are also very receptive and signing in autographs
Yes.
for memorabilia to
Mm.
these juniors and for the juniors, and the gloves that they're getting, not for them to wear, but just
Yes.
to keep in the wardrobe, just
Mhm.
one day.
Yes. Yes.
Like we've got now guys who are playing on the PGA, on the international tours, DP World,
Yes.
who have been on this turf
Yes.
and holding that glove
Mhm.
with one of the greats,
Yes.
Dean Burmester, for
Yes.
example. He won the Zimbabwe Open.
Yes.
Holding that glove to say, yes, I've got a glove signed or a ball signed by the champion.
Yes.
It carries quite a lot of weight.
It means a lot.
Yeah, so we're grateful. And whom do we have coming on the 9th? This should be the leaders now.
On the 9th hole, we will have Henrik Brunas from South Africa and Gabriel Morgan from Chile
Okay. Yeah.
approaching hole number 9.
Right, you can see, as we can see the putting green there. I think now the pros and the kid is just waiting to see what position they'll finish as the clock is winding down here at Royal Harare at the FBC Zimbabwe Open 2026, Zimbabwe's premium golf tournament. Coming on hole 18, we've got Michael Wallace and Robson Chinoi, the two locals. And you can see by the crowds that are following them. That's tap-in par. As you can see, I've seen quite a lot of routines this week, and you can see that is what they call aim point. When you just stretch your hand, put the fingers there at an angle, depending on how many feet you are from the hole, it is quite helpful in green reading. So most pros and juniors, they do this quite a lot, and anything that can help you read the green better, you have to put it in your bag. So let's see if this birdie putt on the 9th can drop in. Looks like it's in the hole. Oof.
Oh, and it lifts out. That was a good attempt.
That was a good attempt.
Very good putt. Very good putt.
Like again, you said, on the uphill parts, the pros normally try and be a little bit aggressive.
You go for it. You go for it. You've got nothing to lose there. Talking about reading the green, yesterday I had a chance to watch the last three groups, and our leader, Alton, on hole number 17, he was literally flat, lying on the ground, lying on the green twice just to get the right reading. Like you said, people will do all sorts. He wants to get that right line, and he did it twice. And to be honest, he sunk the putt. So we were laughing earlier. We said, okay, there's the feet, there's the lying of the ground. What is next after? What other gymnastics are going to come in? For people to be able to read lines. That is Robson Chinoi.
Yes.
That is on the left side. It looks like he pulled his first shot on the left there.
Yes, like you said, you've got to try and leave the ball slightly left of the fairway, but that's a little bit more into the rough. But knowing Robson, he will probably try to go for the green with just a low hook. Let's see, Robson, where did that ball finish? Okay, holding his head there. Maybe the outcome not to his expectation. Looks like just left it
short, just before the green, the bunker.
Oof, that is going to be a very, very tricky pitch shot.
This is almost a similar position that he was in yesterday on this same hole. I know he didn't have a good outcome, but I want to believe that after what he did yesterday, today he's got plenty of green to play with, and hopefully we should be able to get a good result. He has been put in the same place to show us that he's an experienced pro, and I believe that today we'll have a different outcome. Same place as yesterday. This is exactly what happened yesterday, but yesterday he then chipped it into he dropped his shoulder there, and he hit the ball on the downswing. The ball landed in the bunker, but he's got plenty of room to work with to be able to attack that flag, because the flag is at the back today, and this will be very interesting. There's Michael Wallace. He's on the opposite side there.
Yeah, that's Michael Wallace, one of the locals, and also a freshman in the pro circuit. He's quite good with his short game, and you can see there walking to see his landing area. And Royal Greens, if you catch the wrong slope, that ball will be taken somewhere not anywhere closer to the flag.
Right.
So Michael knows this course also very well, and you can see him pacing out, and That's a wedge that he's holding there. He's also one young man who normally, in most cases, sticks to his routine when approaching every shot. And yeah, Robson also looking at his landing area. When it's around the green, the most important thing is before you select a club, go and check your landing area so that you decide the shot to play. And this is where the professionals are so good at.
Yes.
And let's see how Michael Wallace takes his shot. That's Robson just having some few practice swings. Looks like he wants to flop
Wants
it.
to do a flop shot there.
Yeah, he's normally very good,
Mm-hmm.
and hope that yesterday's experience is not playing in his head right now, because that can cause a little bit of unsettling.
No, I watched him in Zambia when he won in 2023. You know, there's a Narco Masters.
Yes, that's Michael.
Let's watch Michael there.
Okay, takes it high. Okay. So as we see Robson Chinoy.
Wow, beautiful
Look,
shot.
just like I said, Michael
Beautiful
normally
shot, beautiful shot.
he is very good with his game. So is
Wow.
this guy. He is very good. And it looks like a nice clip. Can it spin? Oh, yes. Wow. Great, great, great shot. Just mentioned.
Two great shots there.
Yes,
Two great shots.
two great shots.
We should be able to save par.
Yes,
both
for
players?
Michael, they need. I think he will not mark that, because that's pretty close. And as you can see, he will tap
These,
in that for par, whilst Robson will mark and try and read his line.
these are now the third group. These are now the 4 Zimbabwean professionals. We are watching Robson and Michael finishing off the final round of the FBC Zimbabwe Open, meaning we will only have one local pro to follow, support, encourage. That's Kieran Vincent. Let's see what Robson will do here.
Yes, there's Robson trying to save par.
Is there much that he needs to look for this part?
At this part, I would say just a little bit from the left, but it's one of those where if you give it a little bit of energy, you will go straight.
Straight back.
Oh,
Beautiful.
beautiful.
Beautiful putt. Good save. Well done. Well done. Good save.
There are 2 Zimbabweans.
Job well done.
Yes, well done. And as they finish the final round of the FBC Zimbabwe Open. And like you mentioned, we now have Kieran, who's now left in the field. And there you have it. Some of our sponsors at the background there, who made it possible, who made it happen at this FBC 2026 Zimbabwe Open. FBC, you matter most. Right, again, those young juniors having a great time waiting by that gate for that glove or ball.
Let's see if he will make it through without
there's the
leaving.
first winner.
There we go. The cap, the tees, the golf balls.
And you can see one of the
Lovely.
Nomads representative always doing a great job in the scoring during this FBC Zimbabwe Open.
You know, I am so
many
amazed. These guys do an excellent job from day one until it's over. Everything about them is spot on. I mean, they've been doing it for so many years, but good quality. You know, when they're giving results, everything about their work during these tournaments, it's a job well done to the Nomads team.
Oh yes, they do great scoring. And as we now look at the leaders, it's getting interesting there, as now Austin Bautista is pulled quite a few shots back. He's now on -16, -3 for the day. So 2 shots ahead going into the back 9. Altin just pushed his tee shot there. and not much landing area. And I would say the angle is good in the sense that if that is his second shot, or it's a third shot, oof, I think very clever from Alton. He did not go for the green, played it short and long left. You know, oh, that's Kieran Vincent. I thought it was Alton. That's Kieran. That is Kieran on the 18th. It's Kieran on the 18th. So
On the 9th.
is this hole number 9? Oh yes, number 9. That's Kieran Vincent. Kieran Vincent knows this golf course left, right, and center. He is a member here. He grew up here, and you can see by his layout from the rough there, I would not be surprised if he chips this in. Who is Kieran playing with today?
Kieran is playing with Warwick Purchase from South Africa.
From South Africa. Oh, that is a very long part. I tell you, if he makes 2 putts, that'll be a good
It
outcome.
will be
for him.
excellent.
Yes. That is a downhiller with not much room after the hole. So the pace here is everything. It doesn't break as much, so it just needs to take the correct line. If he overborrows, it will stay left, and coming back, you can see, oh, he left it short.
He's left it way short.
Ooh.
It's a gamble here because Simon, if he was to go for it, just going past that flag, you're on the fairway.
Yes, it brings trouble. And we have seen a couple of guys on that same line that he has for par, missing a little bit on the right. So I would say he definitely needs to keep it more left.
So Kieran Vincent, after playing hole number 8, he's on hole number 9, currently on -12.
Oh.
Doing very well today, Kieran, making him 6 shots behind. So a critical putt for Kieran on hole number 9.
I think he is looking at this closely. He's normally very, very good with his putt, and his putting is pretty good. I will not be surprised if he sinks this. It's pretty much a straight putt. It's pretty much a straight putt from there. It's a tricky line now, depending on the pace. If you go right, it will not come back. If you go left, may break, but it's very tricky. I will look at it. Oh, this thing from the way, that's the trouble putting from the fringe.
He didn't hit it.
Just by hitting it off the putter, they just kicked right immediately, took a bubble. So again, look at that routine, aim point again. It's quite popular, and if I was a golfer, I would want to really, really look at these drills and see, because now everything that you can do to save those couple of shots is
Correct.
critical at this level.
Today, every single shot counts. Every putt counts. You cannot afford to miss putts. You cannot afford to, make any mistakes today. Because once this 9 is finished, it's finished,
Let's see. I would say it breaks just a little bit from the left. Oh. Remember? Now it stays there. Oh. Just like we said, 2 putt was going to be good. He was too
You
far.
predicted. You said if he makes 2 putts, it's good. And it was not an easy putt there.
It was not an easy
Not
putt.
an easy putt at all. Yeah, the greens are proving to be very difficult today. Initially, I'd predicted -25. Looking at the game, I came down. I said, I think -23 is probably going to win. Looking at how the greens are faring today.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done, Kieran.
He's one of our locals, Kieran Vincent.
The remaining local pro
Yes,
in the field.
for sure.
Let's come and support Kieran Vincent. Come in your numbers, come with the children, plenty of, things that will keep the kids busy. We've got, jumping castles. I mean, there was a huge teddy bear that is there chasing kids, and the kids really loved it yesterday. And I said, well, I was hoping that if I get some time, I could go and join. So they always make sure that such events, even kids are catered for. It's a family day to day. Bring the kids out. Let us all have fun and support our guys. And not only are we supporting the Zimbabweans, but let's come and witness the good golf, the experience that we are receiving today, having all these international players here in Zimbabwe at Royal Harare Club.
Yes, indeed. Today is a Sunday, family and final day for the FBC Zimbabwe Open 2026. Nice weather. We've got one Zimbabwean remaining in the field today. Kieran Vincent on -12, going for his back nine. So you still have a chance to come and cheer the local pros who are still playing in the FBC Zimbabwe Open. Now the leader picked up another birdie. Through 6 is now on -19, 2 under for the day. It's getting interesting here. And these two are playing together, Altin and Austin. And it looks like the winner might be coming from this group. Let's see how it's going to turn out.
3 shots.
3 shots is not a lot.
It's not a lot, Simon.
Yeah, 3 shots is not a lot.
3 shots is not a lot.
Yeah.
Looking at the two nines, actually, we realize that the back nine has proved to be the most difficult side for the pros, except for our leader. I mean, he had his best round yesterday at the back nine, but all our pros were trying to capitalize, get as many birdies as possible on the front nine, so that when they go to the back nine, being the most difficult side for the pros, they would have capitalized and gotten more birdies from the front nine. I think that was a clip of Kieran earlier on.
Yeah.
That's a clip from
I think that's a
yesterday.
clip from yesterday. He was playing with his friends. These
Yes.
guys, I remember them. They were best friends in junior golf. Kieran and Hammond Lobster. Just saw there on the screen. So there's a lot of chemistry there when they're walking the fairway.
Does that play a role even in how they're going to play during the day? I mean, playing with someone who's a friend, who's a buddy, who's from the same country, does that do anything? Does that change the feel of the game? Because are you more relaxed because it's someone that you know?
I would say my personal opinion is that, just left it short there. My personal opinion is that it makes it a little bit comfortable. Playing with somebody you're familiar with. Yes, there is tournament pressure, but when you're playing with your friend, you can see there.
That was yesterday when he missed the birdie putt and made par and finished -9. Kieran Vincent, our last pro, playing the back nine in the last round of the FBC Zimbabwe Open. Let us come and support. Let us come and cheer him on. Good things will happen at the back nine.
Oh yes. Yesterday, I think we had a 29 on the back nine. That was from Yako Alice, and he had a 38 front nine and 29 on the back nine.
29 gross.
Yeah.
29.
Yes. So these guys, when they are switched on, they can get it going. And number 10 proving to be the most difficult hole during the tournament. And that green is very, very difficult to approach. And if you leave the ball left or right, you are in trouble. As we see Kieran walking off the 18th, now going for his back nine. There is the leaderboard. Alton on -19 through 6. Austin Bautista on -16 through 6 as well. Or through 7 now. And that gap is still remaining, or it's been reduced to 3 shots. It wasn't that small when we started the round. There we go. These fairway bunkers are always tough to play, hey? Especially when you're just closer to the green. you know, that bunker, I've seen players lose tournaments. I've seen players almost in tears being
Just
in that fairway bunker
Just
on
fairway
the 18th.
bunker,
Yeah.
yes. Not the easiest places to be, and to approach from there. Now, Simon, looking at, I know Royal is famous for its bunkers, and we were having a debate the last time. Someone said no. I think we've got 99 bunkers. How many? How roughly? We've got more than nine. We are more than 90 on the course.
You know, we have recently closed the famous My Fafi bunker.
I heard
So
about my Fafi. Yes.
So just that, it brings our bunkers total to about 85 on the
85,
course.
85,
on the
but
course.
still 85
Yes.
bunkers.
That is.
Simon, come on. 85 bunkers is a lot of bunkers.
I think that's the only defense that the course can have.
Wow,
As you
wow.
said, it's a parkland course.
Yes.
And pretty short when it's in approaching winter like this. So the bunkers, they play a big role in the scoring and also in the strategy of players when they approach this golf course. So I still believe the best way to miss these greens is miss it short and then play with your wedge or your putter just like this young man is doing.
So this
the
is
18th.
Pierre. I'm trying to pronounce this surname. It's a French surname. It's Pierre.
Oh, Valanis.
And Kenan Davids from South Africa finishing their final round at the FBC Zimbabwe Open.
Yes, that is
Beautiful
a great
shot. That's a very good shot. Oh,
Very,
lovely shot.
very.
Lovely finish. Lovely shot there.
So, you know, Rhoda, just something that I picked, these professionals around the green, it's almost like they want to hold the chip or the putt.
Yes.
And asking one of them during this FBC Zimbabwe Open, why is that you guys, the up and downs are amazing? And the response was, we spend most of our time around the green working on the short game.
Yes.
So there you have it, spectators, listeners, viewers. The short game plays a huge role in saving shots.
Very true. I mean, even when we are teaching, we work a lot, with the bump and run.
Oh wow, Rhoda, please look at this.
Wow.
This is quite interesting. It's holding a wedge in the game.
Is this is allowed?
Yes, it's allowed as long
Wow.
as there isn't damage to the green.
So what
And
kind of a shot is he trying
he's
to
just
play here?
blading the shot and just missed it. I am sure we'll
Simon,
get an explanation.
You need to
probably.
explain this to me. He chose. Is it because he doesn't have a putter? Has something happened to his putter, or on the putting green you can actually pull any club out? Because why wouldn't he be using his putter here?
I saw this young man yesterday or Friday, and I'm sure there was some communication between him and his putter, and we'll get the full explanation probably from his playing partner why he chose to use the wedge on the
putting green.
On the putting green. I think him and the putter were not in agreement.
We're not in agreement at some point on the course.
So
things that happen, eh?
Yeah, we'll see.
Clubs and owners, yes.
That was interesting, Rhoda.
Yeah, so the short game, I mean, golf is not about, we talk about golf and we say it's not about how far you hit your ball. You can hit a long drive, you can be the best in driving, but the short game, that is where golf makes sense. You have to sharpen your short game, you have to sharpen that approach shot. I mean, you're looking at clubs like your 9 pitching wedge, sand wedge, lob wedge. They seem to be, the clubs that are mostly used in the bag.
Oh, yes.
So that work around the green is very critical because that is what has saved a lot of the guys, the up and downs. This is why they are so confident when they are doing a bump and run. The idea of a bump and run, when I look at it, I'm not doing a bump and run to just get it close. I'm going for the for the hole,
Oh, yes. The short game plays an important role in saving your strokes, and you need to have different variations when you're doing that. And bump and run, like you said, and it's quite dependable. And hi Josh, can you hear me?
I think we've got Keegan Thomas and Doug
Doug McGuigan.
McGuigan
Quite a
coming up.
veteran, yeah. He's a
Coming up.
veteran.
Hmm.
He's a veteran, and he has played. I don't know how many Zim Opens he has played, but the amount of experience that Doug carries also brings a little bit of flavor into this tournament. You know, we had some legends coming through, Adilson da Silva, and we know he spent most of his time here.
Adilson played, didn't he?
He played in the
was,
pre-Q.
yes.
He did not make the cut,
Mhm.
but he played in the main tournament. He didn't make the cut, but just having him in the tournament just gives it a bit of flavor. Oh yes, that is one thing that we love about Royal. The Dikers, we've got a bit of nature playing golf with us. Can see different emotions from players as they finish their rounds in the FBC Zimbabwe Open 2026.
What an amazing time. This is an amazing moment. Memories. This is it. Good sportsmanship.
Yes, that's Hammond Lobster
you
again.
know.
And you see our national flag flying on the 18th. Different emotions as we see fans, spectators, moms, sponsors. Oh yes, they're enjoying their bite right there.
And you know what? It's such a blessing to watch this event on this day being Mother's Day.
Oh yes, yes.
What an honor to
Yes.
be here at Royal Harare watching the last round of golf, FBC Zim Open on Mother's Day. What a blessing.
Oh, what a blessing, and happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there watching
Wow.
and listening.
Oh, beautiful putts,
Oh,
eh?
that's Robson's.
That was Robson yesterday. No, this was Robson on
Friday.
when he made his birdie.
To just make the cut. So yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there who are watching and listening, and also who are walking on the fairways.
This is the best day to bring your mother out today to
Yes.
come and watch beautiful golf here at Royal
Yes.
Harare.
And
This was yesterday.
and he was on the same position again.
Same position
today.
yesterday.
But today he executed the chip very well.
Much better. Much better. That
Um,
tells you that there's experience there.
Yes.
There's experience.
There was
Amazing
smiling
work.
Robson too. And yeah, so tell me something special. Why on Mother's Day, you know, there's quite a lot of energy around people as I was watching and viewing a few statuses,
Hmm.
and looks like the mothers are more celebrated. You need to tell us, you know, you carry 9 months and such an experience. How does it feel to be a mother on a Mother's Day?
It's those 9 months, and it's by God's grace. It's not easy to carry another life for 9 months. Your prayer is when this life comes out, everything is okay, everything is intact. Um, and not only is it about the caring, even after, you know, mothers are everything. Mothers are doctors. Mothers are in IT. They're engineers. You know, we are basically everything. You know, as a mother, you know, wherever you are needed, you are there. So mothers out there today here at Royal Harare at the FBC Zimbabwe Open, we appreciate you. We acknowledge you. Everything you do is never in vain. We love you, and what a privilege and an honor to celebrate an amazing day here at Royal Harare Golf Club as we are watching the final round of the FBC. Look at all those mothers. I mean, mothers on the
Yes.
golf course,
Oh yes.
volunteers,
Oh, yes.
you know, in an event. This is why I said they're everywhere, you know. It's good to see the mothers on the golf course, you know, volunteering on such a special day as today.
Yes, mothers are everything. Mothers are doctors, engineers, nurses, chefs, and happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there as we are in the final round of the 2026 FBC Zimbabwe Open. FBC, you matter most. You can see fans anticipating and waiting to see the approach shots
This should be hole number 9. Oh, okay, we are back to hole number
Hole number 18.
18.
Doug McGuigan and
And Keegan Thomas
Tegan Thomas. That was a
finishing off their round of the FBC Zimbabwe Open 2026.
There you go, having a handshake with the legend Doug McGuigan, who has always supported the FBC Zimbabwe Open.
But that surely says something about this event, Simon.
Yes.
When you've got veterans like these, when you have pros like Adilson da Silva, all of these guys coming out to play in an event, it says a lot about this event. It's a special event to a lot of people.
It is definitely special, and the sponsors should be very proud of putting this together as they are creating pathways for bigger picture in the golfing professional circuit and the future to come. We have got winners of this event who are now paying in bigger tours, and your PGA, DP World, Asian, and many other tours across the world. The FBC Zimbabwe Open is up there creating champions, creating pathways, together with the Sunshine Tour, a well-recognized African tour and one of the best in the world. We appreciate the support of our sponsors and the players who have always come through to support this event. Looks like this is hole number 18.
It's hole number
18.
hole
You can
number
see at
18.
the background there, that's number 17, also very brutal.
Okay, so that would be Cole Stevens and Quinton Wolfsnick.
Yes. Okay.
Coming to the end of the FBC Zim Open, hole number 9. This
That's
is hole
hole
number
nine.
9. Sorry.
Hole number 9. Now this is 18. I think there's just a mistake there. I think this is hole number 18. You can see number 17 at the back, and that's the yes. And I think the print. There was a mistake on the print there. That's hole number 18. These approach shots, Rhoda, you saying better to attack it from the left. Now these guys are on the right. There are few trees that are covering that flag, so it'll be interesting to see how they take this flag on.
This is why we said on hole number 18, you want to be on the left side. The bunkers are out of sight. The trees are out of sight. Finishing on the right side makes it a bit tricky. I mean, look at that view. Thank you so much to ZBC for giving us that view. You can see that the players are on the right side.
Yeah.
And it means the bunker, that fairway bunker, comes into full play.
Yes.
So you have to carry over the bunker to land it on the green, looking at the pin placement. Not an easy shot, not an easy approach shot from there.
Yes.
But we've got professionals on the golf course.
I think the best side to finish is left of the flag. It looks like he likes it. The way he was holding on that follow through, not too sure if it was the correct club. But he went for it and overshot the green. That's a very ticklish up and down there.
That's not going to be easy from there, looking at where the pin is placed, Simon.
There isn't much green to work with. As we said, these guys, they spend their time, they spend their life working on the short game. Okay, now another approach shot coming from the rough. I don't think the ball was spin quite well because it will have a bit of a flyer. So the best way is to pitch it short of the flag and just let it roar. Oh yeah, you can see he had to carry one of the trees there. Oh, beautiful.
Beautiful
What
finish.
an
Oh,
approach.
wow. That's
I
an
think
amazing
that's the best position to be on.
That is a beautiful shot. Beautiful
And
shot there.
It's a left-right putt and not really a tricky one. It's quite obvious there, coming from the left to right. And only the pace will determine how much it will break.
This is experience at work, Simon. Sometimes, you know, when you're looking at certain shots, we can say, this looks very tricky, this looks very hard, very difficult. But these guys are out there to show you that we are professionals. We
Yes.
can handle this.
Yes.
Amazing shots come out from there. I mean, look at where both players were coming from. I mean, even this shot that has gone past the green, you'll be shocked what he will do from there. I mean, it's not easy because if he's to play it to where the flag is, I'm sure the idea is to just pitch it short so that it just rolls as close to the flag as possible. But these are professional golfers. Amazing things are going to happen today, and 18 is going to be a very interesting. It's a very interesting hole today. Watching how the guys are going to finish.
Yes, it is very interesting, and you can see now the young man not really impressed with the outcome. He thought he had the correct club. Now he has to calculate. Really, like we mentioned, that landing area is going to be very critical, and the ball looks like it's slightly above his feet. And as they say, a bad putt is better than a bad chip. He's holding his putter there. Quite a lot of work to be done until you get to the green. So I'm sure he knows how ticklish that chip was going to be.
Whilst we're looking at our last group on 18, look at our leader, Simon Alton, is now on minus 20 through hole number 8, and Austin Batista is still on minus 16. That's 4 shots behind our leader. Alton is taking advantage of the front 9, trying to get as many birdies in there so that he can have a comfortable lead as he's going into the last round.
Definitely, Rhoda, and if you just take advantage of that front 9, back 9 will not be much of a hassle, especially with that lead. And I was talking to his coach last night, Alton, and one of the things that he said is that he has been waiting for a bit of time now, and he mentioned that I think he is ready, and he said that I think Alton is ready, so we'll see
Well,
from the coach's point of view if Alton van der Merwe is ready with a 4-shot lead through 8 here at the FBC Zim Open 2026. FBC, you matter most. Oh, you see mothers with the babies enjoying themselves here at the FBC Zimbabwe Open.
Happy Mother's Day
Happy
once
Mother's
again.
Day.
Yes.
Happy Mother's Day, Rhoda.
It's good to see mothers. Thank you so much. It's a beautiful day to have mothers come out. You know, it's always good to do something different, you know, and being on the golf course today, celebrating this amazing day is the best thing. It's the best gift you can give mothers out there. Watching these international professional golfers live here at Royal Harare playing in the FBC Zim Open.
Oh yes, and we see this birdie putt on the 18th, and it's a left-right putt. It's a left-right putt. It's a downhill. As it gets to the hole, it becomes a little bit of an uphill. I would say from there, 2 balls to the left, and we will see it rolling into the hole.
Chances are he's going for it. Nothing to lose. It's the last one, eh? It's the last hole.
That's the last hole. Looks like he didn't borrow it. He did not borrow neither did he hit. He left it right and short. Ish. You know, that's the beauty about this game. It's how you handle your emotions. You can see just smiling to say, how could you leave it short? Okay, there's a par putt finish. Now to save par. Another left to right putt again.
This one is what? And is this one an uphill putt?
That's an uphill putt, yes.
Okay.
And I would say it's just on the left edge there. A little bit more, it will not come back. I think he has had it. Well done. Good up and down.
Good up and down. Job well done.
Yes.
That was Cole Stevens and Quinton Wilsnack from South Africa.
Yes, here we can see one of Royal Harare board members. He's in the crowd there, watching and following, supporting. That's what this tournament is all about. Bringing people together, appreciating talent, showcasing what Zimbabwe has, as we also have great assets in terms of golf facilities and many more we offer.
It's a good environment out there, good vibes, good to be out in this open air, walking on the golf course, admiring nature. It's the best place to be.
Oh yes, and
This is hole number
9. This is hole number 9.
This is hole number 9.
This is hole number 9. As we see, this should be the leaders now. These are the leaders.
Like Kyle Barker and Alton.
Yes. These are the leaders. And that's Alton there reading the line. Can see.
Like I told you, Simon, this is what Alton was doing yesterday, flat on the ground, eh?
Great. I'm sure it's to get a better view
Yes.
of the trail that the putter has to go. And I am sure after this tournament, if he hold it off, we'll see a couple of juniors, youngsters trying this routine to read the green. Because, these are role models. And it's also a left-to-right putt.
Yes.
And like you said,
it's a better angle.
It's a better angle.
It was a good approach for him because it gives him a chance to go for that birdie. Oh, there we go. And he sinks it.
He sinks it.
Beautiful. This looks like it's going to take him up to minus 21.
Alton has been superb on this bent grass greens at Royal Harare Golf Club at the Zimbabwe FBC Zimbabwe Open 2026. You Metamus. As we see that approach.
Hole number 18.
On
Simon Deploy and Jason Zidroot.
Oh yes. Also a better angle, and you can see how they attack the flag. Off the left of the fairway there. On the 18th.
Safer side to be today.
Yes. And those are 2 birdie putts in waiting on the closing hole at Royal Harare Golf Club. Like we said, nice and sunny. You can see umbrellas are out, visors out here at the FBC Zimbabwe Open. And there is one fan capturing moments. You do not want to miss any moment here.
The weather has turned out to be beautiful. After the rain on Friday, we actually thought we were going to have a wet weekend. And, we were worried that fans were not going to come through. But I think that was just a blessing on the course to say, guys, this is the place to be. Welcome to the FBC Zim Open. I mean, look at the beautiful course that everybody's playing on. Nicely manicured. Your guys have done a great job in taking care of the golf course, in preparing it for an event of such magnitude. Beautiful course, Simon.
Oh yes, like you said, our leader now is on minus 21, minus 4 for the 9. Alton with a 5-shot lead. Going into the back 9 or final 9 for the FBC Zimbabwe Open here at Royal Harare Golf Club. Rhoda, yes, it's a team effort, and Fibion, the head greenkeeper, and he's doing an amazing job with everyone involved and his team. And Royal, in most cases, during this tournament and all year round, it presents itself as a world-class facility with the bent grass greens and the Kikiyu fairways. It's such a nice layout, and most professionals on the Sunshine Tour whom I've played with, they say, and whom I've interacted with,
Yes.
have mentioned Royal as one of their best
Yes.
destinations
True.
on their Sunshine Tour calendar.
Mhm.
You see, the banners of our sponsors and partners and associates who made it possible, who made it happen to have the FBC Zimbabwe Open 2026, together with the Zim Open Committee, Zimbabwe Golf Association, and all other stakeholders, Sports and Recreation Commission, and the Ministry of Sport.
5-shot lead going into the back nine. That's a comfortable lead now, Simon, would you say?
You know, I would say this is very comfortable for Alton.
Yes.
I know deep inside he's fighting, to just, keep it calm. And like I mentioned, his coach, Paul Mackenzie, mentioned yesterday when I was talking to him on the phone, he said, I think he's ready.
And he's definitely ready.
It looks like those words are going to be confirmed as we see the round off. Let's hold on as we see the leader with a comfortable 5-shot lead going into the back nine. And the tricky holes there is 10, 17, and 15.
3 holes.
3 holes.
And I know a lot of guys yesterday, hole number 10, that was the most difficult. For me, I've always said 17, but from yesterday, apparently, hole number 10 was probably my fafi yesterday.
Yeah, there's Simon Duplay. There's Simon Duplay on the 18th. He's quite a young talent, hits the ball miles, and quite steady and very good with his putt. And he reads these greens very well. Let's see if he can convert that, but that walk shows that it was not a good read, or it was a bad stroke. Anyway, finishing the FBC Zimbabwe Open here at Royal Harare Golf Club, Simon Duplay
and Jason Root.
And Jason Root. And those are local caddies. You can see they're quite excited with their pros.
I'm sure even for, we were talking about golf, and I mentioned to Pascal that a lot of the guys who are not, or who don't get credit, are the guys on the bags. I mean, when you are playing there, I'm sure you played Thursday, Friday.
Yep.
That's your partner.
Yeah.
You and the caddy. I mean, these guys have to. You are working as a partnership. They have to understand everything. He has to know the right club. He has to know the right line. And a lot of the times, we talk mostly about the player. I mean, yes, he's the one that then has to execute, because it's like a coach. You can give an instruction. At the end of the day, it's a partnership between a coach and a student. But most of the work, yes, is somebody. When you're teaching, you are the one that is instructing, and the student then takes heed of the instruction. So I'm sure for our local caddies who are, or who have been part and parcel of this event, the experience, the exposure, you can tell that some of these local caddies that are part of this event, it's not their first time. They've got enough exposure, enough experience to be able to work together with the players. I mean, shooting such amazing scores.
Yes, you mentioned an important point there. We oftenly forget that a caddy plays an important role in one's game. So again, the chemistry has to be there. Yeah, you can see the spectators enjoying their food in one of the FBC tents. And yeah, the caddies, they play an important role, and surely they deserve a pat on the back for most of the work that is done on the course. It's quite a lot of work coming in advance to look at the course layout and then give feedback to the player, discuss the strategy, and basically caddy sort of like, and you are owning the game. You're playing it together. So yes, caddies, kudos to you for what you do on most of the fairways that you walk.
Then my
during the
next
course of the
my
season.
my next question, Simon, is how important is it to identify one caddy? Because sometimes you find a player will have this caddy. Can you just go to in every tour that you would be playing in, would you just pick a professional from that golf course? Like, let's say the guys that have come to play here in Zimbabwe, they are picking the local pros, I mean the local caddies. Are some of these guys traveling with their own caddies? How important is it? Because you can miss out when you are picking different caddies. Well, I need you to maybe just explain to our viewers what is the best thing that a touring pro can do in terms of having the right person on the bag.
You know, the role that the caddy plays in one's game is quite big. So it's quite a big decision and not to travel with your caddy because there's a lot of chemistry that happens. The caddy, even during your practice, when you're not playing at all, before your tournament, there's a lot that happens. So your caddy is there during your practice. Your caddy is there with your coach. Your caddy is there on the practice round. Your caddy is there when you're putting.
Yeah.
So he or she basically understands
Right.
your game
Right.
more than probably you do.
Right.
So
yes.
that's why you see sometimes caddies and pro and the golfer, they have a lot of discussions, and then the caddy just hands over the club to the player and then walks off. Say, no matter what you think, this is the club that you are hitting.
Correct.
Because they know their game.
Yes.
But because of the costs
Yes.
that is also involved, you will see that sometimes the budget does not allow for some of the pros, so they will then phone around in advance.
Right.
The local guys they know to say, please organize me a good caddy.
Yes.
I know my game, but I just need a good caddy. In
Right.
most cases, you see the budget does not allow.
Sure.
So, budget allowing, I am confident that most professionals,
Would travel.
they prefer to travel with a caddy they know
Okay.
and they train with. So yes,
Okay.
they play an important role. It's very important.
Sure.
And
We've gone back there. That's
that's hole number 18.
hole number 18.
Yes, hole number 18, walking down the fairway.
That should be Lyro. I know that he is he not a past
Yes.
winner of the
Yes.
event?
Yes.
Lyro and Tiran Snyders from South Africa.
Yes.
They are walking down, playing the last hole, FBC.
Yes, as mentioned earlier, past winners, past champions, they're all here. He did win a couple of years ago, and for him to come back again,
Yes.
these great memories on these fairways, and
Right.
the fans and the spectators, and just the VIP treatment our sponsors are giving us.
Yes.
We give credit and we thank you, FBC, and all your associate and partners who have made this event possible, together with the ZGA and the Zimbabwe Open Committee, being sanctioned by the Sunshine Tour. We appreciate the visit, the experience, and the memories created.
And playing behind Lyro on hole 17 there, that's Ruan Korb and Jean Hugo. Another, is he not a past winner as well, Simon?
Jean Hugo, a past winner and a veteran in the game.
Yes.
And veterans, they make this event exciting to watch because
Very
those are
true.
the names that we grew up knowing, and to see them one-on-one,
Yes,
it's something.
that is good.
And yeah, we appreciate our veterans, our senior pros, who always come and support this. I think this is the second edition on the Sunshine Tour calendar.
Okay.
I know their next destination is coming in a couple of weeks, and we're happy as Zimbabwe to host such an international event. And
No,
we're very proud of our sponsors. We're very proud of the team that is behind every single decision in making this tournament possible and a success. It's been 14 years since the resuscitation of the Zimbabwe Open, which has now been rebranded the FBC Zimbabwe Open.
Right.
We thank and we're grateful of the team that has made it possible this far and beyond.
Yeah, we are looking forward to hosting the players. I know the next destination is Zambia. They are coming to play in the Mopani Open in a couple of weeks, straight after the FBC. So we are really looking forward to hosting, and it's been a privilege and an honor for me to be here this time in Zimbabwe to watch such amazing experience. And yeah, looking forward to also seeing our Zim professional golfers coming through to play. I'm sure they are now better prepared for the next leg of these sunshine sanctioned events.
100%. This brings experience, this brings lessons, this brings exposure that is much needed by every single golfer in the field, and more so for our local pros who get to compete at the international stage. And this is hole number 18 as we see an approach shot. Looks like a solid strike. Did he leave it short? Yes, he did. Just a little bit chunky there. I saw the, but it's a better angle to putt from.
It's better to go up there.
And putting uphill. Wow, that's a very long drive too, and I think that's a better angle as well, because now you've cleared all the trees with a wedge in his hand. Also left it short, but not too sure if it's deliberate, but I'm guessing they would prefer it to be a little bit up there, but definitely better than over. An uphill putt, left, right again.
Simon, just looking at Alton's score and the front nine there. From hole number 1, he made a birdie. Hole number 2, par. Hole number 3, par. Hole number 4, par. Hole number 5, par. Hole number 6, birdie. 7 par, 8 birdie, 9 birdie. This is 4 birdies from our leader, Alton van der Merwe.
Sounds flawless.
32.
Bogey free.
32 after the first round.
Sound like a flawless 9-hole round in the final round of the FBC Zimbabwe Open. Alton taking those words again from his coach. I think he is ready to be a champion. Can he hold on and see the FBC Zimbabwe Open trophy in his hands in the next couple of holes, couple of hours here at Royal Harare Golf Club?
You can see a lot of people coming out now to watch and support. Being the last day of the event, numbers galleries are on the golf course today.
Yes.
To support, to be part of this experience of the FBC Zim Open 2026. What an amazing 1 week we've had here at Royal Harare Golf Club.
The experience, the exposure, friends made, memories created. This is what Zimbabwe can offer to the world at large. A well-organized event at an international stage. Our sponsors made it happen. Everyone, all the team members, ZGA, Zimbabwe Open Committee, Sunshine Tour, thank you for making Zimbabwe your destination of choice for such an international event as we see world-class performance. There is the 18th and going for birdie. Okay, it's a left-right putt. Get in there.
Beautiful.
Oh, beautiful.
And he holds it. What a beautiful finish.
I know what that means. You saw that fist bump.
What
Definitely
a beautiful finish.
Just a step ahead into the bigger check.
It's like I mean, that ball had not dropped yet, but you saw him moving forward. He knew that I've got this one.
Yeah.
This is why, Simon, I was saying it's easier to attempt your birdie putts going up as opposed to a downhill putt.
Definitely. You can see the Zimbabwean flag flying high, showcasing what we offer here in Zimbabwe at Royal Harare Golf Club at the FBC Zimbabwe Open 2026 as we now watch another birdie attempt Did you learn something from how that part went? You can see it. Oh, I think he left it short.
Left it short.
He will be disappointed with that. Is the
There's
precaution
really nothing to lose, especially if you're playing the last hole, Simon.
Yeah.
You go for
Yeah.
it. I mean,
Yeah.
this is it, because after this I finished, I'm done.
Yeah.
So
I think what was going through his head, after his colleague parted,
Mhm.
you might have read the pace wrong.
Right.
It's always, it is an advantage, but sometimes there's a little bit of pressure.
Right.
When somebody parts in the same line with you, you start to see the line and pace differently.
Right.
So, yeah, and those two are local caddies we were mentioning, experienced
Yes.
Clive and
Yes.
Pondai, very experienced touring caddies. And Clive was on low, who's also part of the guys who made it into the final round.
For those that might be joining us, we are live at the FBC Zim Open 2026 here at Royal Harare Golf Club. This is the place to be. All roads should lead to Royal Harare Golf Club. Look at that excellent finish on the last hole.
Yes.
Definitely, we will see these players next year. That's a good finish. It's a good comeback for next year.
Yes.
You know, and this is why we are encouraging everybody to come out and watch on this beautiful day, Mother's Day, at the FBC Zim Open. Come and enjoy, come as a family, and let us support. We've got one of our local pros, Kieran Vincent, still on the golf course, battling it out, and your support will help him. Your support will encourage him. Let's come out. It's good vibes, actually.
Yes.
Besides the golf, the atmosphere is so charged up. People are enjoying, people are celebrating, people are having fun at a Royal Harare Golf Club.
Yes. Come through at the Royal Harare Golf Club for the FBC Zimbabwe Open 2026 final round as we are closing in. Come walk the fairways, see nature and some world-class golf. There is still time for you to come and watch some golf, and lots of festivities happening around for everyone, I must say. Our sponsors really put up a show to make sure that it's a very nice family environment. And we just having a few highlights.
So just a few highlights from our golfers that teed earlier on this morning. Just taking a recap. Hole number 18. The pin is right at the back. It's a beautiful finishing hole today where they have placed the pin.
100%, very close to all the sponsors, and they can watch it as close as possible whilst they're sitting at the comfort in their respective tents. And like I said earlier on, they love this pin placing for final round.
That's true.
I think it brings a lot of fun, and also spectators get to watch the pros closely. And
Definitely, yeah.
the greens are very receptive this year. They're not as hard
Mhm.
as they normally are. I think it's due to the rains that we received on Friday evening, which made it a little bit comfortable for most guys or for the field, and quite great contingent of good players there. We know Austin Batista is lying second today before the tournament. He is also lying second on the Sunshine Tour Order of Merit, and Samuel Simpson leading the Order of Merit after the events that they've just played. Samuel Simpson is leading, and Austin Batista on second, Simon Duplay on third, Christian Beck fourth, Jakob Prinsloo fifth. This is just the Sunshine Tour Order of Merit. As we go to the leaderboard, Alton still leading after 10 holes on minus 21. Austin Bautista on 16 under, minus 3 for the day. Those are a couple of highlights from earlier on today. Great view of the golf course and 18th hole.
Some amazing memories there for our professionals.
Yeah.
You know, they've just finished. It was not an easy week. The job is done. The job is finished. It's a job well done to every single one who played from Thursday. I mean, if we go back to Sunday, the pre-Q, the pre-qualifier, Simon, 90 players, 8
Oh.
spots. Come on.
When you talk of pressure, that is what we call pressure.
90
You snooze,
people.
You snooze, you lose.
90 players came to try and qualify into the main event, and out of 90, they only took 8 players.
Oh yes, they follow the quota system. So, and those slots are on their quota system to say, well, we'll have a qualifier and we have 8 players to qualify, and it also brings an opportunity for locals to also participate and just showcase what they have.
Yes.
And I saw quite a lot of juniors also who took part in that. The likes of young Tadiso Katoma and Casey Chabeka, Kudze Sekeso, and the Saunders brothers, Peter and Jonathan. It's good that rubbing shoulders with these pros just gives you that confidence that, oh yes, I can walk the fairways with the best in the game. And I am sure their lives have been imparted in a positive way by just having such an experience here at the FBC Zim Open 2026. FBC, you matter most.
We are watching our players as they are finishing off. That was earlier on Robson, Chinoi, and Michael Wallace. This is hole number 9.
That's hole number 9. Robson is a past winner on the Sunshine Tour. Michael Wallace won a couple of amateur events locally, and he's played on a couple of events across the border where he showcased his prowess until he then turned professional. And great future ahead of this young man, and learning a lot from the experienced players as he continues to rub shoulders on the circuit. That's Robson Chinoy putting for par on the 9th earlier on. You know, your putter has to be your friend. You know, it's one of the most consistent club you use on the golf course. Almost like on every hole, you're going to hold it. So it's quite important to have, a good relationship with your putter. And just outside of the equipment, there are other 2 components of a golfer that are very important, and we, in most cases, tend to not take a closer look in a golfer's development. Those 2 components are a golf ball and your golf shoe.
Yes.
Every hole you're with those 2.
100%. 100%.
What's your take?
I'm just watching earlier on there. That's Visitor Mapwanya finishing off. Very consistent, throughout. Very impressive, from Thursday all the way through. Look at that excellent putt. That was the young pro that played with Visitor. That's Oliver Goodhill from South Africa. That was a good finish there.
Yeah, looks like a birdie putt. I think any stroke that you can gain to just get closer to the main check is worth celebrating.
He had nothing to lose.
Yeah.
This is the last hole. I'm going for it.
Yes.
And indeed, that was a good finish.
Yeah.
Our very own, very consistent young man, from the word go. And he finished on -1 today. I know he was won a couple of tournaments in East Africa there in preparation, of this major event, the FBC Zim Open. So in a nutshell, it pays. Practice is not just meant to be like for instance, it's not just meant to be you practicing at Royal. You also need to go out
Yes.
and play on other courses in other countries, because it's going to be different greens, different conditions, and you want to be able to have a feel of everything when you then get to playing in these events. So I think it was a big advantage for him, and this is why I think he kept his head. He was consistent. He was content. Managed to finish -1. Nothing crazy, but I think this was a job well done from Visitor, and I'm sure credit is he's been out there preparing himself, playing in these events where his name is, he's making a big name out there in East Africa.
Oh yes, you gotta be adaptive
Yes.
to the environment, and if you only play at your local club
Mm.
or just in your own country, you will not get to experience, get the exposure that the rest of the world offers. So yes, Visitor is quite well-traveled pro, especially East Africa and West Africa as well. Locally, they nicknamed him Oga
Olga.
because of his exploits in those areas.
Right,
And
right.
yeah, a great Zimbabwe professional, and I'm happy to see him making the cut, and would have loved to see all the Zimbabweans make the cut.
Yeah.
But again, when you're walking on the fairways, on the putting green, the energy that is there, very positive. Come next year, we'll definitely have another series and contingent of Zimbabweans making it into the weekend. So a
Very
lot
true.
of work is happening, a lot of work needs
Mhm.
to be done as we continue to grow the game in Zimbabwe. And this is one of the ways to grow the game.
Yes, very
And
true.
we've seen non-golfers coming to watch,
Yes.
non-golfers now inquiring to say, how can I start? I think this is also another positive
Yes.
for a tournament of this magnitude, what it does, the impact it has
Very true.
to golfers and non-golfers countrywide. Brings people together, brings brands together,
Yes.
and different communities together.
I
So
think, yeah.
well done, Sunshine, to
Yes.
ZGA, Zimbabwe Open Committee, on staging the 2026 FBC Zimbabwe Open at Royal Harare Golf Club. FBC, you matter most.
I think it's when you want to invite someone to start learning golf, this is the best place to start from. For them to come and watch such events, they are motivated by what they see, such that when they see this, it's easier for them to come into the game. They're coming into the game having watched a bit of experience, seen what the pros can do out there, so they have a better understanding. It's not like they're coming to play from scratch with zero understanding. So the best thing you can do is, when you have such events, invite those people who really have an interest, have never played it, do want to understand it. Bring them out, let them come and enjoy. Today is the last day. We still have our players out there battling it out, finishing off the final round of the FBC Zim Open. It's not too late. Come and watch our players, come and support, come and get the experience, and make some memorable, have some memories, and connect with people on this special Mother's Day.
Well, thank you, Rhoda. As we still continue to watch the highlights from earlier on today, just in case you've just joined us. This is the 18th hole. That very part left short and tap-in par. And now everyone is on the back nine, following the leaders, and also the one remaining Zimbabwean, Kieran Vincent, who is still battling it out on the course. Through 11, our leader, Alton van der Merwe, on -21, -4 for the day, with a 5-shot lead with 8 holes to go. Oh, Tyron Sanders, -7 for today. And surely that is the lowest round for the day. What a way to finish. Sure, he jumped a couple of places. -7 to finish. That is something amazing. To finish -13. So now he is fourth by himself.
That's
What
a
a
good.
round.
What a round!
Like you said,
Amazing.
on
Yes.
the final day, if you're not up there, you're gonna go for it.
Anything.
Yeah.
Anything is possible today. Yes, you're gonna have to take risks somewhere. It's the last day.
Yes.
You know, not to be too aggressive and to overdo it, because I'm sure for these guys that are finishing the last 9, what they're telling themselves is, whatever I do, I should not remove whatever shots I have right now. If anything, I should add, but not take anything away. So they're going to really try and make sure that the decisions that they're going to be making in this last round are very critical, very crucial. They're not going to be rushing in their game, because this is it. You're talking about 8 holes, and after that, the holes are getting fewer and fewer. So there's nothing to lose. It's the last day. They're going to go for it. Um, and let's see what happens. Minus 13. Not bad for Tyrant, uh, Simon.
Not bad at all. -7, great, 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 great round. And Rhoda, as we watch highlights, what would you say are some of the things that Zimbabwe and the rest of the world probably need to continue doing in growing the game, so that we have more and more youngsters, boys and girls, coming to play the game?
Yeah, looking at it's a great atmosphere to be in. Looking at the 4 days of this event, and some great sportsmanship, especially from the professionals. They have been very accommodative to our juniors. Some kids will run up to you. Imagine you've had 4 hours of playing. You've probably had a good day, you've had a bad day. But when they come across these young kids, they are not showing them that I've had a bad day. Very, very accommodating. You want a golf ball, I will give you that golf ball. It's done with a smile. They are doing, these are our examples. These are good sports people who are out here. I mean, looking at Darlington there, this was on the last hole.
Yes.
He's throwing his golf ball.
To
and
his fans, yeah.
to his fans. So
Yeah.
something, it's an amazing gesture. It might look like it's a small thing. Look at that smile from him.
Yes. Yes.
I'm done. I've finished. And I think the other thing is, they appreciate the spectators. They know that you could have been somewhere else today, but you have chosen to spend 4 hours per day with me, following me. Whether I was dropping putts, missing putts, you've been there. And to reciprocate, I can throw that golf ball. I will wear that smile,
Yes.
despite the way that I played.
Yes.
So this is the environment. Bring the kids out. Let them come. Not just the kids, like I said, even beginner golfers, even women. I mean, guys, you're there. There are a lot of men that are playing golf, the junior golfers. We also want to encourage the young girls, the women, to participate in this event. And these are the atmospheres. Very accommodating. Good response from our professional golfers.
Yeah, well articulated there, Rhoda, the impact that the sport has across the country and the world at large is quite huge. And well done to the team that is organizing, well done to everybody involved in making this a possibility. And we are here at Royal Harare Golf Club at the FBC Zim Open 2026. Come witness some of the world's best showcasing their talent. We still have 8 more holes to go.
8 more holes to
As
go.
we watch Darlington there, this was yesterday on the 9th, and he made that putt, if I remember very well, and there was a fist pump, as it could have been catastrophic. Yes, he did.
Look at
the
that.
celebration from
Look
the
at the
fans.
celebrations.
It was a good save. And
So now you can see that there's some energy, some synergy
Yes.
between the players and the spectators,
Yes.
and that's what makes this an amazing event.
Yeah.
You know, they are expecting, and the pros are delivering.
Yes.
This is the place to be. Look at that young man, 20 years old. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing where this game is going to take Darlington. He is a force to reckon with. He is a young man to look out for, you know, making his name out there. Beautiful shot there.
Fantastic talent.
This is hole number 18.
That was hole number 18. And
And he needed this birdie, eh?
go. Please don't leave it short. Did you leave it short?
And he
Yes,
missed it.
did.
He left it short.
Yeah, he left it short. This was earlier on. And tip in Darlington. Beautiful. And that wave, like you say, that smile, that appreciation, and we're just very, very grateful for this young man, what he's achieving. And you can see the smile. He couldn't believe it that Zim Open 2026 is going to be in the final field. What a story Darlington has written for himself and many other youth out there in Zimbabwe to say it can be done.
I mean, look
Doesn't
at
matter where you are. Look at that smile. He's
look
talking
at
to
look at his
himself.
expression. Like,
Yes.
have I really done it?
Yes.
I've finished. I'm done. I've
Yeah.
done my part. Amazing work. Amazing work,
Yes.
Simon. So, who is Darlington? Who's Darlington's coach? Am I looking at Darlington's coach?
So Darlington's journey is quite interesting. Yes, I do work with him, and he also works with my colleague Arnold Brasho. So he's an interesting guy. We just try and collaborate and make it happen and make it work, and put all our energy to tighten those screws to see how best we can put him up there to compete at the highest level. So yes, and I'm very proud to say where Darlington is coming from is quite inspiring. His journey. He's got a young brother who is always challenging him. So he knows that his young brother is 14 now, and he's always saying, "Oh yes, coach. No, he should have done better." Every time he's saying, "Oh, this boy." Even when he used to play for the national team representing the country, the young brother would send me a message to say, "Coach, tell your student that he can do better. I want to replace him." So there's just that brotherly fight in terms of getting better, and I continue to say his story is quite inspiring for many youth out there that it's possible.
Yeah.
It just needs to get started. Start, and people will come and help you. The game has a lot to offer. Yes. So, well done, Darlington, for making it into the weekend at the FBC Zimbabwe Open, your maiden professional tournament on the Sunshine Tour. And, it's quite interesting that Darlington and Michael Wallace, they were all together in the national team playing together in the amateur tournaments. And now they are again making their maiden Sunshine Tour as pros in their home soil, or on their home soil, Zimbabwe. Well done to our rookies, Darlington and Michael Wallace, for making it into the weekend. Well done, lads. Wish you all the best in your professional careers.
And maybe just a question. This is personal for you. What does this mean? You're watching someone that you work with. You mentioned it's you and another coach. How does that make you feel when you watch someone that you are coaching, you're giving advice to, producing and doing something like this?
I don't know if I'm going to explain it fully on how it feels when you're walking outside the ropes, watching players, watching these juniors, watching these professionals that have passed through your hands. All I can say is, from a coach's point of view, I'm very happy for them that they are appreciating all the hard work that they have been putting, that we have been putting together to get to today. It's just the beginning, and many others. It's quite an emotional moment to see, players develop, grow, that you have seen making those decisions, putting in those hours every day to make it to today. So it's quite, I cannot explain myself. And I've seen and walked fairways with these boys, and for them to get to today, I'm happy for them. I'm very, very happy, and I continue to say, your success motivates and inspire others. So continue to touch lives, continue to touch lives in a positive way, and create more memorable moments for yourself and for others, for them to achieve this. I'm quite happy for them.
Yeah, and I know from a coaching point of view, it's not easy to coach and play at the same time. It's never easy.
Yeah.
But I wanted to correct you there, where you said his success. All I can say is his success is your success. You have made the cut with Darlington. Even if you didn't make the cut, they that is the work of your hands with another coach. You have made the cut with the young man. So I take my hat off to you, my young brother. I mean, you know what? We have come from a long journey, junior golf.
Yes.
To see this is not a joke. This
Yes.
is the FBC Zim Open.
Yes.
It had 144 golfers, professionals that were coming from different places. And to have 63, and out of 63, one of them, you are working with him. Simon, I applaud you. Simon, I take my hat off. I salute you. This is a job well done. Don't stop. Don't tire. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. And I know this young man, he has made you proud. He's going up the ladder. Same applies with guys like Robson. You know, Robson, he won 2023 the Zanaco Masters. I was there in Zambia watching him doing this. We ran on the course, and everyone was saying, you are based here in Zambia, but we are seeing you carrying a Zimbabwe flag. I said, guys, home is home. You know, and Visitor Mapwanya, Michael Wallace, Kiran, amazing guys. They've done Zimbabwe proud by showcasing the skill. They've made it into the last two rounds. This is the final day. A job well done to everybody that is involved.
Yes, thanks, Rhoda. Thank you so much. And yes, Zimbabwe continues to show what it can offer, and we really, really, really appreciate our athletes who are our ambassadors for our country. Everywhere they are, they're raising that Zim flag. You mentioned all our professionals who have made it this weekend in the FBC Zimbabwe Open 2026. Kieran Vincent, Robson Chinoy, Michael Wallace, Darlington Chikanyambidze, and Visitor Mapwanya. That lineup made us proud. Yes, their positions, they matter for their pockets, but to have those flags on this international leaderboard, it's something.
5 Zimbabwean
yes,
flags were flying.
That
As a country,
yes,
it's a blessing, it's
a
an
blessing,
honor
yes,
to have 5 flags that were flying, you know, from Thursday up until today, the last day. A job well done. A job well done to the Zim Open committee, Sunshine Tour, and a big thank you to our sponsor, title sponsor, FBC Holdings Limited. Thank you to the associate sponsors as well for coming on board, that's Zimre Holdings Limited and Caledonia Mining. We appreciate you, and we thank you for giving everybody an amazing experience. Amazing memories will be made at the FBC Zim Open 2026 here at Royal Harare Golf Club.
Right, as we continue to watch earlier on, the highlights continue to roll here at Royal Harare Golf Club at the 2026 FBC Zimbabwe Open.
We can see Kieran Vincent is now on -10 for the round, for the tournament. That's hole number 14. Because I know at one stage he had, I think he had two bogeys. So he's managed to pick up a par. We were talking about hole number 12. I mean, yesterday we had Robson making an eagle. We also had Kieran making an eagle. And I think, was it, I'm trying to think, the third guy from Zimbabwe. 3 of them who made eagles. on hole number 12. And we were laughing because we said what they're saying to each other is, whatever you can do, I'm also going to join. So it was amazing that our guys did so well yesterday. They've made it into the last round. They've made us proud. And we wish all our players all the best, even in the upcoming events.
Oh yes, it's a very nice, scoring hole. The 12th, it's a dog leg right with an outer bounce on the right as well. Some bunkers, fairway bunkers on the left, and another fairway bunker about 100 meters off the green. But your tee shot says it all, where you place it, and yes, it's a very nice scoring hole. I've seen a couple of years ago making other people cry, making people lose tournaments, and this year I think is one of the lowest scoring holes for the tournament. You know, it's a make it or break it, because the way the green is designed, left, right, long, you're in trouble. So leaving it short or on the green, oh, wow, that is very opportunity missed. As we see Yako Alas, and of course it's a good combination there with his caddy, and he is another veteran on tour, and he is also a past winner. Yako, very respectable gentleman, and I like his humbleness, humility, and the way he carries himself on the course. Very smooth to approach his step, and the professionalism he carries, quite inspiring. And youngsters watching learn, and he handles the juniors and spectators and fans. Oh, just a bad stroke there. I think he lifted his head quite early before making that stroke. Okay, finishing Yako Alas, a past winner.
Okay. That's amazing. Now we watch Yako Ellis is playing with Rowan Lester. So many young golfers on the course, eh?
So many
young professionals.
I think it means the future is very bright
Very
for
true.
golf when we see these youngsters coming up and also, making their name at such an international stage. The
This
good
is
thing about the Sunshine Tour, it creates champions. And we have seen it globally, the impact that it has, the impact that these series of tournaments that they have on their calendar, including the FBC Zimbabwe Open, give players an opportunity to knock on other tours' doors to say, here we are, we're coming from the Sunshine Tour, and we can make a name for ourselves. And it's just a great platform. Look at that.
this is the caddy and player.
Yes.
It's there's a partnership there.
Yeah.
It's we went out, we went all out. Let's see if Rowan Lester can
Oh.
miss. Oh, beautiful finish.
Converted it.
Rowan Lester finishing the FBC Zim Open. This is the last round.
Together with Yako Alas, a veteran in his own right, past winner, multiple wins on the Sunshine Tour, and like I said, he just carries himself in the way that I say, there is a professional golfer, a role model for many. And again, our dependable, forever dependable nomad scorers who come and receive the scores, so that we are able to give you the live scoring as it happens, when it happens here at the FBC Zimbabwe Open 2026 at Royal Harare Golf Club.
And coming up behind Jaco Alice and Rowan Lester is Gerard Pepler and Andries van der Vyver, amateur from South Africa. They are
Andries.
heading towards, they're approaching the last green. Tell us
Andries,
what you know.
What a story. What a story for Andries. I've seen him play for the South African national team and the junior team. What a story. He is in the main field with the professionals. I think the only amateur to make the cut. So, again, we have been joined with veteran commentator and also a golfer in his own right, Pascal Mandeya. is back in the studio.
I almost forgot that I am on duty today, and the feedback we got was that you guys were doing such a wonderful job. But it's good to be back and seeing the action on the course. Interesting things happening, Simon.
Yes. Please update us. You've been out there watching
I
the
think
players on the fairways, just taking a refreshment. Tell us what's happening, what the atmosphere is like.
I think the atmosphere can, well, if I'm going to be conservative, be described as lively. Obviously, most of the Zimbabweans were rooting for Kiren now that his other 4 compatriots rounds have ended. So, yeah, there's still a lot of interest, and because of the setup at number 18, I think you find that most of our patrons are now drifting towards the finishing hole to find to just have a look at the final swings and putts from the leading players as we get to the end of the 2026 FBC Zim Open.
All right, thank you. And as we watch players walking onto the 18th green, just appreciating our spectators and fans. Pin placing, we have seen a couple of birdies. I think that's pretty close there. And on this pin location. And today the greens were a little bit receptive. Is it because of the rains that we received? Because I'm seeing quite a few balls spinning or stopping just by the first pitch.
Well, I think a part of it also is a testament to the players' own abilities, and most of the approaches we have been seeing on screen, I think, on the interesting holes have been from the fairway. And with Mark Lifton place in play, I think this some of these players are not, you know, they compete with the best in the world in other circuits. You have had players when the DP World Tour comes to South Africa for those 4 so-called sanctioned events, acquitting themselves well. So this is really the cream of the cream in Africa we are witnessing. Of course, some of the better players in South Africa go on to play on the DP World Tour full time, which is currently in Europe. But the ones that remain are also equally competent. So I think, as you are saying, you know, some of the action on the golf balls is a testament to the players' own abilities. I don't think the greens have slowed down so much. If it were because of the rain, then perhaps yesterday that's when we would have seen, you know, the moisture being the critical component in the stopping of the golf ball. So it's more skill than anything else, Simon.
Okay. As we now watch Andres, I think it's the only amateur remaining in the field, Andres, and making his birdie putt attempt on the 18th.
Well, I think he's the only person who was assured of winning something after the second round. He's the only amateur who made the cut. I believe the FBC Zim Open is a tradition of giving, is it the silver medal?
Yes.
To the lowest amateur. So automatically, since he was the only amateur who made the cut, he then became the lowest amateur. But despite that fact, he continued to compete with the rest of the field. That way, maybe the fact that he was the only amateur took away some distractions. Do you think if there were more amateurs, perhaps maybe there would have been a little competition among themselves, which may not have been progressive?
I think, like you mentioned, you know, when you get to this level, the skill level, it's quite minute in terms of stroke average at the level that Andres is at now, and he is a very, very promising young man. I've just missed the birdie there, and he will be able to receive the amateurs silver plate and a jacket, I believe, which is quite a great thing for amateur golfers. Him being the only remaining amateur golfer. I think in the past we've had a few of our local amateurs stay on. We know the last one was, I think, Keegan Shutt and Michael Wallace, and a couple of years ago Bradley Hudson, and we had Matthew Bramford also being the last standing amateur in one of these opens that we have hosted. So to have Andres here and also amongst the last groups that are playing is quite inspiring and motivating for amateur golfers and juniors who are out there.
Andres van de Ver finishing up on a very good score of 11 under par through 4 rounds. Currently tied for 7th with Gerard Pepler. So a great top 10 finish there for the young amateur from South Africa.
Yes, as we watch some of the spectators and some junior golfers watching from our sponsors' tents. I can see the likes of Toby Ellis there, Tawana Mangoma, Tom Sinclair, and Michael Wallace. He's their senior, just having a light moment after the round. I think Toby is part of the learning curve. He was caddying for one of the pros who, he's a good golfer in his own right, but he chose to stay on the bag, and he was caddying for one of the pros who is here playing in the FBC 2026 Zimbabwe Open.
So 12 players, 6 groups on the field. We are getting to the close of the 2026 FBC Zimbabwe Open Golf Tournament. Our leader trying to make sure that there is no drama. Altim van der Merwe through 13 holes has got a 5-shot lead. He's on 21 under, 5 shots better than last year's run-up Austin Bautista from Australia. Another view of our sponsors, Hospitality Tents, as they wait to find out who will be crowned the 2026 FBC Zimbabwe Open Golf Tournament champion. It's looking increasingly like Altin van der Merwe is running away with. He's on 21 under, and his closest pursuer, Austin Bautista, is playing in the group just in front of him, currently on 16 under through 13 holes. Kyle Barker is the one who's playing with the leader. He's a further 2 shots behind, 7 shots behind our leader. And then tied 4th, Tyrone Snyders, who has already finished his round on 13 under, the clubhouse lead. Samson Simpson in the 3rd last group is on 13 under through 14 holes. And then Jaco Prinsloo also on 13 under through 13 holes. And then Gerald Pepler was tied with Andres van der Ver on 11 under through 18 holes. Simon, do you think there will be any late drama, a sizable lead for our leader through 13 holes? Would 5 shots be, too big a mountain to climb for Austin Bautista?
Alton, he is such a steady player. Once he holds his lead, I've seen him play amateur golf. You know, he is the inaugural winner of the Africa Amateur, which was played at the Leopard Creek a couple of years ago, and then went on to participate in the British Open. So his experience on the international stage in tournaments with such pressure, I think he will be. I think at this stage he will be able to hold his nerve and continue with his lead. It's now up to the other players to say, we are going to catch him. And we have seen that today he is holding one of the lowest rounds for 9 holes again. He finished -4 front 9. That put him onto -21. And Austin Batista, who was also in the similar position last year, together with the defending champion Luca Carrera, and sees himself 5 shots behind in the final 6 holes of the tournament. I think it's a really, with one par 5 I think to go, which is number 16, which is not really an easy par 5 to get shots. And mind you, there is number 15, which is proving to be very tricky for the week, and 17. So I do not see Alton letting go of that lead at this point, given his experience.
Well, Alton has played bogey-free so far. I think the fireworks, he extended his lead. The first 9 holes started by making birdie on number 1. Then a string of pars from 2 through 5. Made another birdie on the par 5, 6th. Par 7, another birdie on 8 and 9. And then from 10 to 13, a string of pars. Speaking as a coach yourself, our national golf coach, if you had one of your players in this position, what kind of advice would you give them? Would you ask them to go for glory and continue looking for birdies, or perhaps it's now cruise control and, as they say, catch me if you can?
Right. I would whisper into his ears, and if I was on his bag or if I was giving advice, I would say just leave the ball in the right places, miss it correctly, let your misses be good. Do not take a lot of risks now, as it is not rewarding. You have already extended this lead, so let's continue with the game plan where we just be patient with every shot, and at this point it's now about 10. So I would I would just mention to him that,
On
you know what,
-10,
we're in
Benjamin
this position
Kedoshim.
because of how we've managed to hold ourselves in the past 3 rounds. So yes, be patient. It's not over until the last part drops. So 1 hole at a time, 1 shot at a time. Yeah.
As we watch the 5th last group coming up on 18th, that will be, 6th last group, I beg your pardon, Jacques alongside Benjamin Kedochim from France. They started out on 8 under 208. So we're really coming towards the end of the tournament, because now the final 10 players are the ones that are yet to get to the finishing hole. Simon, in your own experience, why is it that things tend to slow down a little bit for the leaders when they are playing the last holes? What will be going on in their minds?
Okay. Like you mentioned, that it's the final round, so really kick in at this stage. It's now what you're going to produce today represents your final score and position. So it's now a game of who is going to manage their nerves well. So what is going through their minds outside the trophy? Of course, we know the ultimate is the trophy. The opportunity Zimbabwe Open brings to a professional golfer is quite huge. It's huge. So that is one of the things that will be going through the golfer's mind. So you will see that on the fight, guys, in most cases, the leaders, they're now calculating. He will see this lead off as he finishes today's round. I don't see him dropping. And earlier on, I was with Rhoda, and I was just mentioning that Paul Mackenzie, he's
Looks like a birdie attempt. We've seen this part before. A bit
really love seeing that Zimbabwean flag flying, and on the last and final hole of the tournament. This is just amazing and incredible work being put by the organizing committee, ZGA, and the Sunshine Toe, including and not excluding everybody who has put in the work to make it happen. This is quite an international showcase where Zimbabwe brings the world together here at Royal Harare Golf Club. Let's see, that's a straight putt actually, but a little bit ticklish because it's downhill. Easy for these guys.
well taking care of business there.
You can see no matter how small the putt is, you see these guys at this level, they take their time because they like at foot. But do you know as well? Just the pace has to be good. Just, yes, we see it breaking. Well done.
Yes, good two-part pass there from our pros. We should now expect Henrik Brenas from South Africa and Gabriel Morgan from Chile, who are in the fifth last pairing. We do have a couple of players from Chile doing well, Gabriel Morgan and Thomas Gana.
Yes, Thomas Ghana took an early lead, and this is what this game does. And where he was and where he is today, it just shows that, there is a lot, like you're saying, what we mentioned earlier, to say that it's a process. He took the early lead, and now he sees himself somewhere in the middle of the pack. And I'm sure there are lessons learned, and definitely, I believe he will come back with a much informed, much lessons learned, and more experience for the same tournament. I know their next destination is in a couple of weeks, and I'm sure he will be part of the field as well. And golf sometimes can be a little bit cruel, this game. This is an approach shot on the 18th. It's a good angle to attack the flag on. Very good angle. And oh, wow, that is a brilliant shot.
So I I think finishing up like this, Simon, perhaps you can tell us what does a final birdie in a tournament do? Does it do anything to the player regarding the finishing of the round, and are there any takeaways when you finish like this?
I think when you finish with a birdie, it gives you confidence to come back again tomorrow. But most importantly, if you were in a certain position, you know you've gone one position up because you've just, put your hand into a pot that was going to just pass through with a lot of stake in it. So finishing with a birdie is always good, not just for yourself, but just also on the pocket.
Okay, the player saluting
And
the
currently
crowd
on
there.
I think the
-7
crowd has
is
been fantastic,
Gabriel
Pascal,
Morgan.
over the past week.
Yes, I think the numbers continue to grow year in, year out as the stature of the tournaments also grows. Thanks to sponsors like FBC and their associate sponsors who provide the financial support and the logistics to make sure that every year in May we can bring to you Zimbabwe's.
And we mentioned earlier on with Rhoda that ways and means of Royal Harare Golf Club.
Henrik Brunas, I think, is the. Oh, that. Perhaps maybe use this long putter to great effect to still make a birdie.
Knock it, get in the hole,
Lovely
done
two
with
putts.
business. Yeah. There's Morgan just tidying it up with a birdie to finish. Business is done. Well done. And see you again next year.
Interesting things happening behind them. It looks like Altin has disregarded your advice and betted the 14th, now on 22 under. 6 short lead on Austin Bautista, who we had dropped on the 13th, and pad the 14th, and should be playing the short par 15th now.
Oh,
The lead increasing by a shot there. It looks like our leader is not taking his foot off the pedal.
yeah. You know, as mentioned earlier, at this level, just be patient. If the birdies are going to come, they will come in your patience mode. Otherwise, a lot of risks will bring trouble. So now it's a 6-shot lead with 5 holes to go. And 6-shot lead with 4 holes to go, I beg your pardon. And Alton, I will leave you with this message from his coach. I think he's ready. As I hand over the mic to Rhoda to give us her opinion and how he sees this tournament going. We can see the Elder Makombe, who is here week in, week out on the screens, watching the FPC. You know, the veterans, this tournament brings people together, everyone from different backgrounds, different age groups, different societies, to just come and watch golf. That's the beauty about the game. It unifies, it is inclusivity at its best during the FPC 2026 Zimbabwe Open. Rhoda, over to you.
Thank you so much, Simon. It was a pleasure, having this experience with you, watching some amazing golf. What a beautiful day. The best place to be today is Royal Harare Golf Club. With the knowledge that you have, not only are you a coach or just a playing professional, but it's the amount of knowledge you carry with regards golf. We were talking earlier, Pascal is here, and I said, when you look at the young man like Darlington, he is also working with Simon. And
they want an advantage point. And of course, looking at the numbers in the stadium, that's Barry Manandi, radio and television presenter, and well known for his payoff line. Manandi out. Well, news reaching me is that the match has been delayed by about 15 minutes, Willie. And I think it's a good gesture. I thought about it to say, look, there are so many people out there. And if this game starts before they get in, we could have a stampede.
Exactly, Stanley. We were talking about it just a few minutes ago, that there are thousands of fans still stuck outside there. And thumbs up again to the management. There's a banner there, Chache Masori Amama Timbare, Baza Guna. You know what happened prior to this match, that derby. So the PSL management there saying that the match been delayed by about 15 minutes or so, and 10 minutes has gone by because they want to allow fans to gain access into the stadium. So it's still not yet kick-off time here, as Brandon Chimene and his team of match officials, that is Kudakwashe Marangi and